And good morning. Happy Monday. Man, what a great weekend. We had a 250th birthday celebration, and I am very happy. I'm very excited. I had a great weekend with some family. Yes, they were all Hispanics. Yes, there were some illegals in these meetings. That's so crazy. It's so crazy. I have so much to tell you guys. Now, President Trump just went live. Apparently, he's going to do some addressing of the something about a rose garden, something. So we're going to go ahead and listen to that first before we do anything else. But I think it's very important that we actually watch the streaming that happened this weekend. I think it's very important. You guys know if somebody's making a video, you can clip these things and make a video and put it out there for people. But when you do a live show the way that I do it, I like to show the whole stream, unless it's just something that I want to point out about it. But you know how I do here. I like to show you guys everything as much as I can and as much as I want. That has to be very clear. So I want to say good morning. Man, you guys been here for a while, probably fell asleep waiting. Wheeler, this guy. Why do people think that we live in a Christian country when he says, when we killed over 20 million Native Americans and enslaved black people? That's not very Christian-like, is it now, folks? Wheeler, I wish that you actually stuck around. Hopefully you did, so that you can learn something. Ignorance is bliss for most of the people on the left, but we like to tell the truth in this channel. And, as I'm looking down here, Robert is already in the house, the green substance, and my uso, I think, stop by to wish you good luck today. I appreciate it. If you are listening, brother, I appreciate it, man. There you go. There's some knowledge for Mr. Wheeler. Millions of natives died, at almost 90% of them wiped out, mainly because of their immune system. Now, that's a guy that actually listens to my podcast, if you guys don't know. You know what? It's very interesting that people seem to kind of just believe what they want to believe. There are some facts that are missing out on that statement. And, I'm going to tell you something. I always say this. If it wasn't for the white people, if it wasn't because the country that we have today has had the history that it's had, there would be no natives today. And if they did, who knows? They probably would still be enslaved. Now, the UK likes to brag about how they were the first ones to abolish slavery. And yet, look at the way that they treat their citizens. They're second class. They're so politically correct. They are destroying their own people with foreigners. That's something that we're fighting here, and we'll get more into that. But later on that matter, I do have some videos that we're going to talk about with the Mandani family. These people are anti-American. We already know they're communist Muslims. They don't care about the United States of America, and we'll touch up on that some more. But first, let's go ahead and take a listen to our great POTUS and see what the hell he is going to be addressing here at the for some what is it, some rose garden, I think, something like that. It just came up, so it's been on for like 5 minutes now. So let's go ahead and get into it.
Lee Greenwood, wow, has he been great, huh? That's been with me a long time, that song. We won 3 elections with that song, and we have a country that's a much different place than it was just a short while ago. We have the hottest stock market in history. We did great the first time. We had the greatest economic numbers ever in history for the first term, and I think we're going to be blowing them away. What do you think, David? Do you agree? Goldman Sachs, David's here. We're going to be blowing them away. The numbers are all over the country. We have factories rising. $19.2 trillion investment. And please sit down. Please. I appreciate you standing up. And anytime you want to stand up and cheer, that's okay too. But we have a lot of very big people here. They don't get up and cheer too often. but they're very happy with what's happening, and we're doing very well. As you know, Venezuela was amazing, and we're getting along great with Venezuela. We paid for the war many times over, and Venezuela's doing better. The relationship is very, very good, and we're doing very well with Iran. We wiped out their Navy, their Air Force, their radar, their leaders. We wiped out everybody. And then I heard they're doing very well. No, they're not doing well at all. They want to make a deal so badly. But we'll see what happens. They have to make the right deal because they cannot have a nuclear weapon. They cannot have a nuclear weapon. It's very simple. You want to see a bad stock market? Let them use a nuclear weapon. I'll show you a bad stock market, right? So, but we're doing very well. They've agreed to a lot of things that a lot of people said they wouldn't agree to. We'll see what happens. We're going to win one way or the other. We'll win the nice way or the not nice way. But I want to welcome everybody to the Rose Garden. What you're sitting on, the stone, is sort of a replica of the color of the White House. This was grass, and I love grass, but you know, the White House was built on a wetland, and the grass was always very wet. And if you were sitting here right now, your shoes would be destroyed. You would be extremely unhappy with me. You'd want to leave. The men wouldn't like it, but the women would, with their beautiful, I won't name the group, but you know who I'm talking about, those extremely high heels. They'd be sinking into, I used to go at the quicksand. It was a quicksand pit. So we've redone it. We built the Presidential Walk of Fame, which starts with George Washington and goes all the way up to Trump. And it's been so popular. We've redone the path. All the stone was broken. It was in terrible shape. And we put beautiful granite pavers in that will last. They said it has a 1,000,000-year life. They go 1,000,000-year plus. They rate stone, you know, 35,000 pounds per square inch. So think of it. Nature makes the stone far greater than we can. There's no stone that we can make. There's no concrete or mix that we can make that's 35,000 pounds per square inch. But it's gotten rave reviews. I don't know if anybody's up and seen it, but this is the walk to the Oval Office and walk to the West Wing. And so we've done a job, and we've taken about 150 years of paint off of the columns and redid them. They were in very bad shape. You know, when you have 150 coats of paint on something, it's not good. You're supposed to, what they call, strip it. I don't use a word like that too easily. I will tell you, in construction, if you don't strip the paint off, it gets worse and worse and worse, and it was looking bad. You couldn't even see the details of what was up here. We very carefully stripped it. Now we're doing it. You notice the scaffolding on the front of the White House we're doing. A lot of love is being put in the White House because, frankly, it was treated very badly by a lot of presidents, had no idea. The last one definitely had no idea. Do you think he walked in the office and said, I don't like the shape of the columns? I don't think so, Biden. I don't like the shape of the columns. He didn't notice things like that. He didn't notice anything. But we're putting a lot of love back into the White House. This will happen every 200 years or so. You'll get somebody that will bring it back. But if you look at that wall right there, that beautiful wall of the building itself, that's been redone, and it's been done beautifully. And the best thing and the biggest thing that we're doing is we're building a ballroom and a tremendous military center. That was supposed to be top secret, but it's no longer top secret because no matter what you do, you get sued. They sue because they think the ballroom's too big, the ballroom's too small, I don't like the color of the ceiling, we don't like, you just get sued. In this world we're living, especially if your name is Trump, you get sued. And you get sort of good at it after a while. It becomes routine, it's ridiculous. But we're building something the likes of which will never be even close to being competed with. The ballroom is going up to there. You see, it's the hardest part is now completed, the base, and it's rising, very substantially rising. And when it's done, the most you can seat is about 93 people in the White House. It was always a problem. For 150 years, they've wanted a ballroom to be built. We don't have a ballroom in the White House. We have a room that's a little bit large, but it's not a ballroom. It's a very small room. We had King Charles here. Everybody wanted to be here. We couldn't hold anybody. But soon you'll be able to. I think it's going to be one of the most beautiful structures in Washington when it's completed. And I've done many ballrooms, and this will be, there won't be anything to compete with this anywhere in the country. And that's what it should have. And it'll use it exclusively only for the White House. But it's really what it should have. When you have heads of state, it's also able to hold the inauguration. You know, we had the inauguration was so cold that when you have January 20th, it's so cold, the weather, that generally the first time we got by with it, it was good. It was, like 34 degrees. But the last time it was below zero. And you weren't able, so we used the Capitol. And it's a very small space. It's not safe. It's not, they didn't have drones in mind when they built it. They didn't have other things in mind either. But we were able to get 921 people in, and this will hold many times that numbers of people without the tables as seats, and bulletproof, drone-proof, missile-proof in many cases, and beautiful at the same time, and a big military component, including on the roof, a drone port. Can you believe we have a drone port? And it's like no other. So we're doing a great service. It's great national security. We also take care of a need. Every president said, this is crazy. I'm sure that many of you, along with me, attended. We would have a presidential ceremony of some kind, or heads of state would come in. For instance, President Xi is coming here toward the end of September, the 24th, I believe. And what we need is a big ballroom. We could hold thousands of people to see him. Everyone wants to see him. Same thing with King Charles. Same thing with a lot of the leaders of countries. And now we're going to have a place the likes of which no country has. I was in the Great Hall of China recently, 4 weeks ago when I was in China. They have a very large ballroom, beautiful ballroom. We don't have that, but we're going to have one that tops everything. It won't even be close. The beauty of it and the size will be great. So it's exciting, and that'll be done. Actually, I will get to use it for, people say he's building it for himself. I'll be using it I'll be lucky if I get 6 months, because it'll be done toward the middle of 28. So I'm really building it for other presidents, but it'll give them great safety. Glass windows that are this thick that can withstand any form of shot, rifle, drone, anyone, nothing gets through. Steel walls, steel ceiling, extra strength. I mean, it's really an amazing thing. And yet, all of that security made it more beautiful, because you have very thick walls, very powerful walls, very beautiful. We've actually taken security and made it a beautiful thing. It looks like it was built from 700 years ago. Like when I went to England, we went to Windsor Castle. It's the longest building I've ever seen. I said to Charles, it was built around like 900. It was a long time. But I said to Charles, who built this? This place is incredible. William the Conqueror. I said, oh, William the Conqueror. Was he a nice man? Charles said, no, he was extremely strong and very tough. I said, I figure with the name William the Conqueror, I would think, what do you think? I think he'd be tough, Michael. What do you think? I said, we have to come up with a good name for you, Charles. Maybe Charles the Conqueror. No, please. But William the Conqueror built a great building. But we are building one that's going to top them all, and it's going to be beautiful. It's gotten great architectural reviews. And more importantly, it got great military. We're doing it in conjunction with the military and the generals. And these are smart, brilliant generals that know exactly what they're doing, what they want. I'm giving them everything they want. And it's really a national security must. But I want to welcome you to the Rose Garden. And today's a historic day as we begin America's 250th year. We're launching what's called the Trump account. You've been hearing about it. And this was something that was made possible because of the great big beautiful bill. Otherwise you couldn't do it. We got it approved. Ted Cruz is here and he helped us a lot. And I want to thank you, Ted, and to ensure that every American child is born with a head start and a fair shot at the American dream, because by the time they're 18, they could have a lot of money. They go up with the market. Think what would have happened if we invested $1,000 in an account, even Brad and Mike, Susan, if we invested $1,000 in an account a year ago. It's like would have doubled. And because the market, we're riding the hottest stock market in history. 81 days, I've been here 1.5 years. Think of it, 81 days we hit record highs, including today. A lot of you Wall Street guys, I see Larry and I see some of the biggest guys in Wall Street, David, Goldman Sachs, Blackstone, BlackRock, they're all here. And think of it, I'm making them all geniuses. Every one of them is a genius. Is anybody doing poorly? If you are, I guess you have a couple of guys that went short. Those poor bastards, I mean, they're in big trouble. They're being wiped out, the short guys. I never like short guys because they're betting against the country, so that's okay. But earlier this morning, many of you joined me in the Oval Office for the ringing of the opening bell, and something happened that was incredible. Never happened before. We had the New York Stock Exchange and NASDAQ, the top of both. These are great people, but they never did a bell and opening together. This is the first time. And there's the bell right there. And I said, it's so beautiful. I'm not giving it back. I don't know if it's supposed to go back, but they're going to have to fight like hell to get it back. We're not giving it back. Do you understand that, Scott? Don't let it leave. It's so beautiful. But that's the bell we rang. And that's where the New York Stock Exchange and NASDAQ came together, the leadership, brilliant people. And the first time ever, we did it together. It was an opening where we did it together. That's in honor of the Trump accounts, because we're going to make young children born with no money in many cases rich. I think they're going to be rich. But I want to thank Secretary of the Treasury Scott Bessent, Chairman of the SEC. These are really tremendous people. Paul Atkins. Scott, stand up. And Paul, please stand up. Thank you very much. Director of the National Economic Council, Kevin Hassett, who's so great. Everybody loves him. Stand up, Kevin. Thank you, Kevin. Governors Sarah Huckabee Sanders, who worked here very diligently and brilliantly as my press secretary. She did a great job. Thank you very much, Sarah, wherever you may be. Thank you. Governor Jeff Landry, who called me, he says, you know, we have a crime problem, and they had the Mardi Gras, and he said, could you we want to get rid of the crime, do something, because we have a little bit of a Mardi Gras coming, and we have a little bit of a crime problem. And I think you say it was the safest, where's Jeff? The safest that they've ever had. Is that right? Right? In New Orleans, he said it was the best they ever had, the safest. And the city crime is down 81%. I wish Chicago would call me. If Chicago would call me, I would wipe out crime so fast, would remove the hardcore criminals like I did in Washington, D.C., in Memphis, and in New Orleans. We were not just a question of, you know, we're going to have big, strong soldiers. That's the least, well, it's very important. But we removed in your place, 2,900 career criminals. Many of them came through the Biden administration's stupid open border policy. They poured in. And I just want to give a little extra thing. Thanks a lot, Jeff. You're doing a fantastic job. And I'm glad you called, but he called me up 2 days ago, and he said, we just had the lowest crime numbers we've had in 50 years, 5-0. And we haven't even finished the job, but they're down like 85%. You'll be down to 95%. But we removed the criminals. We took them out. We're not letting them stay because they're criminals, and they'll... You know, a great stat that I love, 91% of the crime in cities is caused by 2% of the people. I love that because you can handle that. You can get rid of the 2%. If it was caused by 91%, you got a problem. But 91% of the crime in Washington, D.C., as an example, was caused by 2.1% of the population. These are many career criminals, sick people, mental problems, but 2.1% in the case of Washington. And we removed from Washington, D.C., 4,212 people, permanently removed. Many of them were brought back to their countries. Some were put in jail. Many were wanted. We had murderers. So we've taken Washington, D.C. crime, we brought it down 91%. And it's considered now one of the safest. We're going to do better than the 91 because 9% is even too much. But we're going to bring it back to almost nothing. The only thing we have a hard time stopping is the crime of passion. Do you know what that is, anybody? Was anybody in? This is a group that probably knows something about crimes of passion. But the crimes of passion we can't do much about. It's just one of those things. But we have, Washington is way down. We worked well with the mayor's office. The National Guard and our military was unbelievable. And in Washington, restaurants were closing. Nobody wanted to eat at restaurants. It was a disaster. When I first came, it was they were losing 3 people a week to murder. Can you imagine? 150 people. And I said, wow. And we really put it into gear. And now we don't have murders. I mean, you have, I guess, but not much. And people are safe. And restaurants are thriving. You can't get, if you're an entrepreneur or restaurateur, you can't get a restaurant. There's nothing available. The restaurants are packed. They used to go in and rob the restaurants. You'd feel safe in a restaurant. It was like the old Wild West. They'd say, stick 'em up, give me your money. The whole restaurant is handing them money. And now if that ever happened, those people would be in deep trouble, deep. We hit them very hard. And we have tremendous military people involved, and they do the trick. And that's what happened with Jeff, with Louisiana. That's what's happened with Memphis, Tennessee, where the governor also called me. He said, FedEx was going to move, and now they called me the other day. They said, you've made it a safe city. People have never seen anything like it. Washington, D.C., every day somebody says thank you. I know immediately what they're saying. Young women that walk to work at White House, they used to take Uber, and they felt unsafe because the Uber car was robbed. And dangerous. They'd shoot people. That doesn't happen anymore. And the girls are working to work, and the young guys are walking to work, and the older guys, if they can walk, they walk. Half of them can't walk because they made too much money. A lot of these guys here, they can't walk, but they're rich as hell. But it's such a tribute. And I just wish that I'd get a call from the governor of Illinois, as an example, or the mayor of Chicago. Sir, they've had a horrible 3 weeks, by the way. Many people shot, many people killed, and they just don't want to call. They have to call. All they have to do is say, sir, we need help. I'll straighten it out so fast. San Francisco, I wish they'd call. You have a mayor there who's a Democrat, but he's a good person. He's trying hard, but I told a couple of the very rich people living in San Francisco, they wanted me to give him a chance, and I said, all right, I'll give him a chance, but he can't do the job because he can't remove people like us. We have the law on our side. We can remove murderers. Under the Biden open border policy, 11,888 murders were allowed into our country. They're living in a place near you, but I've gotten rid of most of them. Have been either removed or we put them in jail. We've caught most of them. But they came in through an open border. They came in through prisons, mental institutions, drug dealers. You have no idea the drug dealers that came in under Biden. Open border. Nobody checked. They just walk in. And you could look at some of them. You could say, this is trouble. And they'd walk into our country. We remove them. And I wish Los Angeles, I wish Gavin Newsom would call me. I wish Governor Pritzker would call me. I wish the governor of New York would call me. They have tremendous crime, and all of them. And they would go just like Washington. We have the men. We have unlimited number of great men. One of the many things we got was from the Supreme Court of the United States. We went against merit. Merit had no place in our country. So people were getting into college with bad marks, with bad board scores, not great students, and they'd get into college, and people with straight A's, with the highest boards, everything else couldn't get into colleges, certain colleges, the top colleges, and we won based on merit. We now have a country. Frankly, I give a lot of credit to the Supreme Court on that one because that was a tough one for them. But we won. We now have a country based on merit. That goes for colleges. You get the best. If you have the highest marks and the best boards and all the things that you need, you don't get on based on race, color, creed, thought, look, height. you get on by merit, and you get into colleges by merit, and you get into the military by merit. So we had a military where we could not sign anybody. Before the election, November 5th, you could not get anybody. They couldn't get them. We couldn't recruit people. Now recruitment has gone to an all-time high. We've never had anything like it. And likewise, the soldiers, they are put in based on merit. Like, we'd like to have strong soldiers. I want my soldiers to be strong physically, and we have strong soldiers. And when the bad guys see our soldiers out on the streets of Washington, and you saw that, Jeff, you were saying, you said, I never saw so many big, strong, good-looking people. And it's all based on merit. So our military's got merit-based. Everything we do is merit-based. And we're not forced to take people that cannot do the job. And I tell you what, that was not an easy decision to make, as you can understand. But that's the way our country grew. We grew based on merit. We didn't grow based on, you got to have XXX and X. So I want to thank all of these people that have been so good, and I want to thank Jeff Landry, because you've been a great governor. Thank you, Jeff. I was very honored to have endorsed you, and you avoided primaries, you avoided runoffs, you avoided everything, and you deserve it. Rob Bresnahan is here, Congressman who's been fantastic. Rob, wherever you may be. Thank you, Rob. Thank you very much, Rob. Young, handsome guy. He could be up here someday. Who the hell knows, right, Rob? He's got the look. Along with the CEO of Intercontinental Exchange, Jeffrey Sprecher, my friend, Jeff. That means the New York Stock Exchange. That's another word for New York Stock Exchange and various other. I said, so you own the New York Stock Exchange? He said, yeah. I said, what else? He said he owns numerous exchanges, and I was very proud to see them together today with NASDAQ. But Jeff is great, and he's married to a person who's doing a phenomenal job at the SBA, small business. Nicki Minaj, who's so incredible. They call it small business, Nicki, but when you add it up, it's bigger than any bank probably in the world, right? I don't know. It's right up there. It's not small business, but she's done fantastically, and I appreciate it. The president, Lynn Martin, NASDAQ, and chair and CEO, Adina is here. So you have Lynn and you have Adina, and they fight each other a little bit. I don't know. Do you fight? Where are you? Do you fight? Not too much, right? Well, you've never gotten along so well. I think there will be no merger, however. I'm going to talk to Paul. Paul, don't let them merge, please. We need all the competition we can get. That's all we need. We get out of this a merger of NASDAQ and the New York. We will not allow that to happen, right, Paul? Also, President Nelson Griggs, you're here someplace, Nelson? Where are you? You've been great. Thank you. It's good to have you. I love the scene of the four of them. And the bell is right in the middle. And I happen to be in that picture, but I got out because I wanted to have the picture of the four of them. It never happened before. We also have a woman that is so respected and so hot and so great and such a great friend of, I don't say conservative, I say of common sense. She's not conservative or liberal or, as they say now, progressive. Liberal became so tarnished, but now it's communist. They say social democrats. No, social democrat is a communist, all right, just so you know. There's no so. If you look at the people that are running, it's crazy what they're doing. But we'll never let that happen to this country. It can't happen to the country. There's no appetite for it. Especially since we've literally now, you're going to see numbers coming out over the next 6 months, I think, that nobody will have ever seen before. But she's a fantastic person, and she's a woman that's respected by everybody, and she's got real talent. Nicki Minaj. Nicki, stand up, please. She's such a great person, respected by everybody. Today, 38% of Americans do not own stock, yet we have set 73 all-time records. It's now 82. They're a little bit late with their notes. With Trump accounts, every newborn child will be invested in the stock market. So they're going to be watching. They'll be the next Larry Fink. They'll be the next chairman of Goldman Sachs. They'll take David's place. David will be very concerned about this. He's not going to like it. But they're going to be invested in our country. And it's going to be something. Every newborn child will be in the stock market, and one day you'll see what happens. And if we have good markets, if we have smart presidents, if we have people that know what they're doing, like Scott and all of the people that work so hard, all of these so many of these children are going to be involved with the Trump account. They're going to watch their account grow. They're going to watch the country grow. They're going to be reading the newspapers. They'll want to go to the financial pages. But parents have to go to trumpaccounts.gov. And many, many people are investing in this, and not for themselves. They're putting money in. As an example, Michael Dell and Susan Dell invested $6,250 million. Think of that. Not everybody has to do quite that much. And I'm going to wait a little period of time, then I'll see him again. I'll say, well, how about doubling it up? But then he can do it too. Amazing story. Started off making computers on his bed at a dorm. And I won't ask you which college. Where did you go to college?
University of Texas in Austin.
Oh, that's a good one, huh? University of Texas. That's a good one. It's great. We love the state. But I want to really give you a special shout out because of what you've done. You was right from the beginning. They were involved with Brad, and you guys are very special. So I want to thank you and Susan. I want to also tell you that Brad is investing $250 to the accounts of all children under 5 in his home state of Indiana, and that $250 is going to grow very rapidly. That's a lot of money. The head of Micron, a friend of mine, CEO Sanjay Mehrotra, who last week announced that Micron will be making a $250 million investment in the Trump accounts. And I didn't name that account. That was a whole group of people got together. What's the best name for it? And they came to me and they said, what is this all about? And as soon as I heard it, I said, this is going to really work. And it really has. We're setting records with it. And it's just really now opening the complexity. And Scott, you're going to get this open really fast. You've got to do that really, really fast. Get it. It's just about complete. And we had some tremendous people working on it. But made possible by the provisions that we put in the Great Big Beautiful Bill. And I made reference today that Australia has a thing going that's very good. It's really worked out very well. We have good respect for Australia, and that has to do with people that are working people. And it's something that also puts them in much better shape when they're retirement age. So we're going to do that. We're looking at that very strongly. We're going to be taking that, and we're going to be maybe making it a little bit sharper, a little bit even better, but we're going to be doing that. And Scott, you're working on that immediately, right? You and the whole group, Howard, everybody. But already more than 6 million Americans have signed up for Trump accounts, and we've just started, many of which are receiving a one-time seed contribution of $1,000. So these are children, in many cases, extremely poor children, and they're starting off with $1,000, and then it goes up. And it comes out of the United States Treasury with contributions from parents, employees, churches, or generous Americans like these that we're gathered with. We have so many people here that have contributed a lot of money, and I just thought it would be so appropriate to have our first meeting at the Oval Office. It's a special, very special place. No place. I've been in a lot of offices. There's no place like the Oval in terms of overall impact and everything that it represents. There's no place like it. But the Trump accounts could grow to hundreds of thousands of dollars by the time they reach 18 or 21, or they can leave the account and have it put into a different fund at a certain point in their life. But hundreds of thousands of dollars by the time they turn 18. Think of that. You have a young child with no money growing up in a rough area, and they turn 18 and they have hundreds of thousands of dollars. And we're going to help them when they get, because you can lose that hundreds of thousands of dollars very quickly if they're not careful. So I also want to recognize all of the outstanding employees who have committed to making contributions toward the Trump account, some of whom are here today. And in some cases, they're adding them to the employee benefit packages, including Uber, Wells Fargo, Goldman Sachs, Visa, Robinhood, MasterCard, Intel, IBM, AMD, Rusk Industries, and Steak and Shake, and many others are here, but too many to name, but it's really caught on. A lot of the big public companies are doing tremendous amounts of, they're taking care of all of the children of their employees. Some are taking care of. Brad has picked up a large portion of the children in the state of Indiana. I didn't know he was that rich, Michael. You know, he's a rich guy. I learned about Brad. You're a rich guy. That's a lot of children. Indiana. I won Indiana by 35 points, so I like it. We love Indiana. That's great what you're doing, Brad. But we're doing that. People are picking up states. So for years, Washington politicians have left our children with nothing but debt, nothing but problems. Now, with the help of so many of you here today, we're jump-starting financial freedom for young Americans and helping them to build the future they deserve. And also, there's tremendous tax benefit to doing this. You know, sometimes you don't like saying that because it's a nasty word, but there's tremendous tax benefit. And perhaps there's some people that are okay with that, but it doesn't make any difference. There's a great tax benefit. And also for the children, there's a tremendous tax benefit. There is no tax, it's called. I don't know if we can complain. Ted, will anybody sue us because we're giving children a form of tax assistance? You think we'll be sued? Yeah, I think so. Somebody will sue. They'll say, you are giving advantage to a young person who just got $1,000. But you never know, but I doubt it. With us today is Kensley Reedwin, a rising sixth grader, very smart and a budding entrepreneur. Perhaps the next Michael Dell. Where is Kensley? Where are you, Kensley? Who's so standing? Oh, look how beautiful. Good luck. Do you think you'll be as rich as Michael Dell? I think yes. You'll be richer than Michael Dell, right? Congratulations, Kensley. Thank you for being here, honey. But Kensley's been investing her earnings into a 401k. By the way, 401ks are up like 49% in the last 7 or 8 months. And everybody likes me that has a 401k because it's the biggest rise, last year and a half, biggest rise in history. So, you know, a lot of people have become rich by having their 401k. And Kensley, thank you very much. I heard you're doing fantastically well investing your money into a 401k, but now she'll be contributing to her very own Trump account, and that's going to even be better. So we're going to watch you all the way up. We're going to watch you go up that ladder, Kensley, okay? We'll be watching. So just in closing, it's so great to have you here. A place that we were never able to use because of the conditions of the soil. And now it's become the hottest place there is probably in the country. Every time we have an event at the Rose Garden, everyone just says, yes, we want to go. And you're going to love the food made by the military and the White House staff. And it's an honor to have everybody. But I want to just thank so many minds went into this. Not easy. And Scott's going to work overtime to get the final little touches done so it really kicks in even faster because we're setting records. The numbers are incredible. But we want to get it finished so everyone can fill out their and finalize their accounts, Scott, you and the people. But you've done a great job. And again, thank you all very much. Have a good lunch. Should we put on a little music? Yes? This way you don't have to talk to each other. You just have to listen to music. So we're going to put on a little music, the Trump playlist, okay?
Oh, well, good morning to you, my little trolls. Always finding a way to sneak in here and spew your little lies and try to provoke us. Not today, suckers. We have had a fantastic celebration this weekend. And I had over 40 Mexicans and Hondurans and Salvadorians and Guatemalans. What was this guy from? Brazil. That's right. Had a wonderful time with them. Now I'm going to say there was a couple in there that were illegal immigrants. And I told him, I said, listen, I got this show. It's called the Dennis Herrera Show. I said, a lot of libtards don't like me. He says, oh, libtard, huh? So you're a Republican. I said, no, I'm an American. But we are supporting Republicans right now because they seem to be the only people, the only party that actually cares about American citizens. And I will say this, and I have told my admins in here, don't block every comment. I want all of the comments to show. I want every American to come in here and see how these people show their true colors. This is who they are. I want you to understand this. Know them. See them. Write down their trolls' names. Write down their username and watch what they do every time you go into a conservative channel. Never do they come in with some facts. Never do they come in and say, I love America, but you know, Trump is effing it up. They don't come in and say that. They come in here trying to make us ashamed of this beautiful American flag, which is why today I am wearing this American flag shirt. I love it. Let me tell you something. These guys are either retarded, which is about 99% chance, or they are libtarded. Let me tell you why. Listen, we can all have disagreements about who is president. But I'm going to tell you something. When President Biden, the digital pen, was doing all the bad things that I disagree with, all the bad things that I was against, all of the things that I felt that he was failing and destroying our country and doing all of these things, not once did I feel shame of being an American citizen. On the contrary, it should make you even prouder to be an American. What kind of American are we if we hate our country because of one man in office? Think about the logic in that. See, the libtards, the leftists, the communists, the illegal immigrants that come into my channel, I want you to understand this. They come in here to try to troll and try to trigger us and try to make us mad. Don't worry, I will cuss the shit out of them pretty soon. Just be patient. Be patient. Look at how they have this TDS, Trump Derangement Syndrome. Trump and I live rent-free in their little peasy brains. Well, I'll tell you, I'm very claustrophobic. There's not much room in that little peasy brain of these libtards. But I'm going to say this. They worship Trump. That's how much they hate the guy. They give him so much importance. You know, you and I, Americans, us conservatives, you know, when we voted for Trump, fantastic. It's a democracy that we get to vote. We love it. But not once did we say, oh, President Trump is my king. We don't bend the knee to President Trump, but he is our president. This is a country where we honor the person that we put in leadership. Now, I believe that Biden stole the election. There's no question. There's no question. People still, till this day, they still say, there is no proof. Are you freaking kidding me, bro? Illegal immigrants have been caught voting here, illegally in Seattle. Show me proof. Now, shut up. You don't get to ask for proof because you're a libtard. You guys get proof and facts, and all you do is deny, deny, deny. So then guess what? We're not going to waste our time trying to give you proof. It's a waste of time to give you proof. But to the rest of you Americans who actually love this country, who actually do know what the truth and the facts are, you guys get to see it, and I don't have to replay it for you guys. You guys are pretty smart. You guys got common sense. And I'm going to say this, I share this with personal experience. I share with my local information that we have available to us, and available to the public. There has been some cheating going on to where the DMV, you guys know what that is? The DMV? Look it up. DMV. they have been registering anybody that has an ID as an American citizen, registering to vote. That is illegal. Let me tell you that the reason why blue states, Democratic states, don't want to release voter rolls is because it will prove that they have been cheating. You know why President Donald Trump won this election in 2024? Because we made it too big to rig. If they rigged it and the majority of us came out and voted, they will be found out. There will be too many people. Make it too big to rig. That is President Trump's best advice. It is what it is. Now, let me tell you something. These people, when I say these people, the people on the left, crazy retardation land people, they go out and protest no kings. And I'm like, I don't know, that's fantastic, but you guys are 250 years too late. 250 years too late. We don't celebrate kings over here in America. The only ones that celebrate kings is over there in Canada. You guys know what I'm talking about. They're the ones that still bend the knee to the crown. We don't bend the knee to the crown. Now, here's the funny thing. This is the funniest thing. When King Charles came to the United States of America, all the libtards bent the knee. All the libtards were clapping, standing ovations to the king. And yet, they don't bow to the king, they say. You know, I never hated this country when Biden was president. I never hated this country when Obama was president. I never hated this country since I came to this country. I love this country. Not one retard in the Oval Office is going to make me hate my country. Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth? Merci. Bienvenue. 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 Now, you got to speak English because people don't speak French in this chat. You're probably in the wrong channel. Probably maybe Canadian, but this is not a Canadian channel. Only speak English. But what do the libtards do? Let me tell you why I call them libtards. Because first of all, they believe themselves to be liberal. But they're retarded because they allowed communists. They allow forces that are trying to destroy our country to convince them to hate this country. How can you do that? How can you hate your country? It's just like hanging out with your friends. Your mother loves you. She gives you everything that she can give you. And you get embarrassed when she hugs you and kisses you in front of friends. The fuck's that about? Huh? The fuck's that about? You should be happy that your mom loves you. You should be happy your father loves you. And so you got the rebellious neighbor's kid. Maybe he has bad parents. His parents suck. They don't give him love. They don't give him shit. But you got everything. And somehow you allow that piece of shit to convince you to hate your mother, the one that loves you, the one that gave you life, that raised you, that gave you an opportunity to be who you are. Most likely, if you were in the womb of a socialist white Democrat, you most likely are not going to be born. Yeah, so be glad that you were. And don't make your life useless. Do something with it. The least that you can do is love your mother. Our country. This is our motherland. You got to love the motherland. It doesn't matter who the stepdad is. It doesn't matter who the stepmom is. It doesn't matter if you're a foster country child. You got to love the motherland. The motherland is the land that provides for you and your family. And I'm going to tell you, man, I had such a great weekend. I'm not going to lie to you. I had such a great weekend. We're going to play there's a few lives and streams that I have gone through, and we'll probably get through all of them. We'll see. But I really can't wait to play President Trump's speech. Man, it's just phenomenal. It is fantastic. It is very American. It strikes to the deeper core of the American values. It strikes down our enemies, and it puts all Americans first. I was so proud. I was watching this. I spend time with my family first, oh, man, I got some good things to tell you, bro. Woo, I had such a good time, and I'm so excited. I'm so grateful. Thank you, Father. Thank you, Lord, for those blessings. Thank you for the time. Man, I was watching the show, the speech the next day on Sunday, and I was just like, look at this American man. See, I wasn't looking at Trump. I said, look at this American man honoring those who were spat on during World War II, honoring our veterans. It's like 4 or 5 people that were over 100 years old. I think the oldest was 107, still standing up with a walking stick, but he's still standing up. And, this is the kind of patriotism that we have. This guy was almost half as old as this country being independent. And that was just so fantastic. It was just so fantastic. I was teary almost the whole time. Every time that he was honoring our veterans, I was teary. I was joyful. I was so happy, and it's just like it gives you so much pride to be an American citizen. And then you look at the people that hate this country. And well, I've been saying this for over a year now, but people are starting to catch up to the message, and one of the things is, our enemies, they're infiltrating our government. They really are. They're infiltrating our hospitals. Who knows if they're killing people on purpose? They're infiltrating the daycares. They're infiltrating every single force, including law enforcement. And we see the worst corruption in Michigan. They got Arab writing on the American uniforms. What the fuck is that about? You know what I'm saying? They're infiltrating as mayors, as governors, senators, congressmen. They're infiltrating all over the government. It's like a cancer that is killing us from within. The Islamist terrorists, they know this. The communist parties, they know this. China is waiting for this cancer to grow and start choking us to death. But that's why we fight. People come in here and start clowning on the hat. Did you serve? Did you do this? Did you do that? Who gives a shit? And who is a coward? A man that stands up against corruption? That's who you call coward? Samuel, you better not be talking about me, bro. You better not be talking about me. Who you calling a coward? The one that's always standing up against corruption, against Islamist terrorists, against gangbangers, against all corruption. Huh? Who you calling a coward? They call President Trump a coward. He just kicked the shit out of Iran. The last guy that called President Trump a coward and dare him to go get him. Come and get me, you coward! Okay, Merry Christmas, everybody. Merry Christmas. I'm going to jail. Woo! God bless America. Yeah, he didn't surrender shit. Shut the hell up, Samuel. We know who you are. You're a piece of shit troll trying to spew some lies over here. Get your slithering snake ass out of my chat. Get the fuck out of here, bro. Woo! Man! I'll tell you what, before we actually get into the next live, let me play a couple of clips that I have not listened to yet. I just saw the title, and I want to find out what's going on before I make an opinion on it. So let's go ahead and start off with, no, not that one. Let's start off with the Mandani's wife stuns. Is stuns by skipping July 4 events for Islamic wellness retreat in Spain. What the hell is that about? Congratulations, New Yorkers. You do know how to pick them, don't you? You sure do. Yeah, let's go ahead and start with the wife real quick. Let's see what this is about. Hey, listen, to all of you, my American people that are watching, listen, I love you very much. God loves you. Don't let the enemy come in here and tell you that you don't deserve to be loved. We have a great nation. Our enemies are not going to say that. Let me just tell you, these third world shithole dwellers, now, the reason why I say it this way, I want you to understand something. I come from a third world country, but it's not a shithole to me. And if you call it a shithole, okay, you can call it that, but it's my shithole. Now, let me tell you what's different in this shithole country. We're educated. Yes, the government is corrupt. Yes, poverty is high. But there's a lot of educated people in these third world countries. Now, the third world country shithole dwellers that I talk about is the Somalis that come here. People that come from countries that are so worthless and shitless and so full of shit, and they decide to join our government and tell us how we should live. Why don't you go to your country and tell them how they should live and see if your way of thinking works? But you know why you're here? Because it doesn't work. Your piece of shit Muslim religion, your socialist, communist, Marxist beliefs don't work. And that's why you're here. Because this country, under capitalism, under God, in just 250 years, has been your third world country shithole that has been out for 6,000 years. So tell me, how the fuck do you have the mentality to come and tell us how this country should be run, how this country should believe, when your piece of shit land is thousands of years old and you have accomplished nothing but piracy, poverty, corruption, fraud, scams? Tell me, you third world shithole dweller, how the fuck do you have the right to come over here and tell us how to run this country? I'm going to tell you, Americans. I'm going to tell you, you got to stop thinking politically correct. You got to stop that shit. You got to call it like it is. You got to say it like it is. These libtards come from retardation land. They don't know shit about success. Let me tell you another thing. Mandani, you're such a glorious idol that you have in New York. He doesn't know how to create shit. All he knows how to do is how to use other people's money for his benefit. It's not going to make New York better. It's going to get worse. He didn't build shit for himself. You guys on the left side want to talk about Trump. Trump was at least building shit as a millionaire. So there's a big difference. You can be a millionaire and you're a lazy bum. You have no accomplishments. That's okay. I understand that part. But the fact that you come in and bitch and complain about Trump and rich people's success and you don't have shit to show for, it tells me the problem lies in you. Mandani has never built anything. Everything was given to him with a silver spoon. And the only reason why the socialists have the balls to come in here and campaign is because the wealth is already there. But let me remind you, every single socialist communist has broken their countries. Oh, let's take a listen to see what Mandani's beautiful wife did besides supporting October 7th and the terrorist Muslim regime. What's going on, guys? Tell me about it.
President Trump praising America's heroes here on the National Mall last night while condemning communism that they risked their lives to take down.
The entire world has been on notice that Americans will never let anyone take our freedom away. Won't happen. And all these talks from the communists, they haven't got a chance. Not even a chance. The communist system is the opposite of the American system, and the communist system has never worked. Our warriors did not fight communism on battlefields across the world, only to have that menace rear its ugly head right back here in America. We're not going to let it happen.
Yep.
Not going to let it happen. Fox News contributor Jason Chaffetz joining us now. Good morning,
Just not gonna do it. Just not gonna do it.
Jason. We've got a couple things we want to talk to you about, but just processing what we witnessed here in the mall, that remarkable speech, which was optimistic largely, but also taking ahead.
Hold on, S.A. By the way, guys. Good morning to you all. That's right. You're watching the Dennis Herrera here with the Dennis Herrera. Host, your most favorite. The host that gives rent-free space to all the libtards to come in here and live in a very happy land. Salud, my friends. Stay thirsty. Coffee is life.
Head on the threat of communism that we're seeing rising in corners of the country. What was your reaction?
I love Donald Trump because he loves our country, he loves the flag, and he loves the American people. I mean, that's the fundamental difference between what we see today in Republicans led by Donald Trump and the communists in the Democratic Party of today. They hate America. They want to tear it down. They think it's wrong. They're embarrassed by it. They threaten to leave the country. I wish they would, because those of us who live in the heartland, who have relatives and people who have come to this country and fought for its freedoms, that's the real America, and that's the one that Donald Trump loves, and that's what he personified, and that's what he explained to the American people, and he was spot on. I thought it was pitch perfect with an amazing show, making our country proud, and it was just an amazing, amazing night.
How important is it for politicians, especially at the level of President Trump, to explicitly call out communism and the dangers of communism?
Yeah, Charlie, you're exactly right. You got to call it out for exactly what it is, because oftentimes it gets disguised. It gets disguised with a smiley face and an Instagram account and telling everybody, oh, everything's free. We shouldn't have millionaires and billionaires. There shouldn't be success and prosperity in our country. But I think we've got a lot to do in terms of our education of our children. We got to deal with fatherless homes. And if we're going to get our country really moving to where it needs to be, those are the types of things. And we need to also, I think, recognize in great humility that these freedoms, they're God-given. They were inspired. I believe that the founding documents were inspired. They were not just a coincidental Big Bang theory that it just spontaneously happened. These were inspired events, and to have that, again, humility to be able to say, yeah, the country, that flag that Donald Trump is standing right next to on the screen right now, it's bigger than all of us, and it's what unites us.
You know, Jason, one of the things that the president brought up is that communism is incompatible with America, freedom, democracy. And we're learning this morning. We were actually a little bit in shock. We had to make sure it wasn't a joke. But we're learning that Mamdani's wife, Rama Duwaji, decided on her first, 4th of July as the First Lady of New York City that she did not want to attend the 250th birthday bash in New York City with her husband, the mayor. Instead, she went on a wellness retreat, a Muslim Islamic spiritual wellness retreat in Mallorca. Now, you've been in politics a
This is what the libtards vote for. This is what the trolls come in and brag about in our chat. Seriously? Seriously? You're going to come in here and talk shit to us? This is America. Let's say for 1 second I believed that Mamdani loves New York, that Mamdani loves the United States of America. Well, he doesn't. But let's just say for 1 second that I believe that. Talking about the Knicks, that doesn't make you American. That makes you a moron in my book. Sorry, Knicks fans. It is what it is. The fact that the First Lady of the mayor of New York City, the greatest city, shut the hell up, decided to say, fuck you, Americans. I'm going to hang out with my Muslim people. Let that sink in for a little bit. F your Independence Day. F your 250th birthday celebration. I'm going to go hang out with my Muslim family. Let that sink in there for a second. Hey, I don't have to say much. But you know what? That's what the Muslims push the hardest. Anti-Semitic propaganda. They hate this Zionism. They hate the Jews. From the river to the sea, they wanted to commit genocide in the whole world of Muslims, convincing all these retarded white people that it was the right cause. If you are in here and you hate Israel, I don't give a shit. But let me tell you two things that you probably haven't even thought about yourself. Some guy, some person in here said, oh, now we're going to fight Russia. No, what for? We have Ukraine doing that. No need. No need to go fight Russia. Ukraine's handling it. Now, we're over there fighting Iran because there's some oil that we got to get taken care of, and over 80% of the population of Iranians that need to be liberated. With that being said, we have Israel fighting in the Middle East against terrorists. Israel is our friend. And as such, we're going to continue to have their back. This country was founded under God. I say this all the time, under Judaism, Christianism. That's what this country was founded on. This country was literally, even if you want to go with Judaism, Zionism, or Christian, it doesn't matter what the hell you want to go with. The fact is, it is the same God. The God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob, the God of Israel. Man, the Holy Trinity right there. Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. Isn't that crazy how that works? I'm going to tell you, man, we are blessed to have Israel. We truly are, and we are very wise by supporting Israel. Let me tell you something. I wish that that the Muslim religion was a good thing, but it's not. What have they shown us? Well, let me ask you a second. Here, let me ask you this. Even though this country was founded under God, Christian Judaism believes, and laws, I guess, commandments, whatever, moral boundaries, I would say. Moral, with morality in Christianism. Let me ask you something. And don't lie to yourself. Don't be a fool. Don't be a fucktard. let me just ask you a question. If you committed fornication, does the United States of America punish you for fornicating? No. Does Sharia law punish you for having sexual relations before marriage? Yes. 80 to 100 lashes. Oh, I can't wait for you to get that. Yeah. If you commit adultery, and your husband can give you, or your wife can give you a letter of divorce, I don't think the husband gets whipped. It seems more like women. Women are the ones that get whipped for some reason. It's always oppressing women. 80 to 100 lashes. I believe it was stoned to death at some point. What do you want? Would you like our justice system that allows you the freedom to do whatever the hell you want? Now, whether you go to hell or not, that's your decision. But I'm not here to save your soul. That's not what I'm here for. But that's your choice. Sharia law does not give you that choice. There is a punishment when you don't submit. Let me tell you how horrible it is. If I am mad at my wife, I can beat her. I can beat her if she doesn't behave. If I want to punish her even more, all I got to do is ask one of my friends to corroborate my story. And then we can whip her 80 to 100 lashes. That's crazy, right? But this is what Muslim Sharia law does. It is what it is. And I always say this. Listen, just like we have a bunch of hypocritical Christians, we have a bunch of hypocritical Muslims. But the difference is a couple of things. Number one is we condemn the bad actions of fake Christians. And, well, we don't whip you. We don't stone you. We have a justice system because we believe that we're supposed to follow and respect the law of the land. To where Muslims, even if you wanted to be the peaceful Muslim, they don't condemn the terrorist Muslims. They don't, because if they do, they are infidels. And they too will be punished in the same manner that they punish the infidels, the non-Muslim believers. Here's something that I'm going to tell you guys, and I realize there's some teenagers that sneak into this channel because it's fantastic. But let me tell you a revelation. For most of you guys, it's not a revelation. You guys, common sense, you guys know this. But did you know that most of these Muslims raping women, white women, in Europe, I thought it'd be easier for me to say it. But it gets to me that these fucking demons get away with it. Listen to this. Listen to this. If you are a Muslim, a true Muslim, stay in your fucking country. But because their Muslim religion is not a true, godly, spiritual religion, this is what they do. They want to rape. But they can't do it against Muslim women because they get punished. But they are allowed to do it on white women, on non-Muslim people. So what do? Because they're demons, they're rapists. They go to Christian countries. And they rape the women there. And they say that they do it because they're showing too much flesh. And somehow Christian women, just regular women that are not Muslims, they have sinned because they feel tempted. Hey, listen. They can't help it if the white women are more beautiful than your fucking ugly-ass Muslim women. You excuse a rapist and use religion to excuse it? Tell me about that religion. Here's another thing. They follow a false prophet called Muhammad, who is a pedophile. And we know that he's older than me, 54, 55 years old, marrying a 7-year-old. These are sick people. These are sick people. Dave Engel, I want you to do me a favor. Now listen very carefully. You listening, Dave? Dave Engel? I want you to listen very careful. Go fuck yourself. Now, with that out of the way, it has nothing to do with racism. I love Middle Easterns. I think, this is just me, I think Middle Eastern women are beautiful. They're gorgeous. But the example that I'm giving you is that their demonic mentality, the way that they look at every single one of us, if you think that I am racist, tell me, what are they? Let's flip the script a little bit. Let's flip the script. Okay, let's say I'm the Muslim. I'm the Muslim. You're not. I'm going to come and rape your mom, your sister, your wife, any woman that is not a Muslim. I'm going to come and do that because to me, you guys are not worth anything. Only my Muslim women are to be taken care of. But I don't want to look at them. I want them to cover themselves because you know what I'm saying? They're too ugly. That's why I want them to cover themselves. Tell me, if I see you as just some piece of meat that I can do whatever the hell I want with it, and say that my religion allows me to, but not my women because they're you know they're precious. Who's the racist? You will say that I am. Because I am looking at all the women that are non-Muslims. Don't mean shit. Go ahead and flip that. Flip it. I dare you. Flip it. Flip it, you fucking morons. Flip it. You call me a racist because I speak against the terrorist Islamic regime. What are they? What are you who supports them? They believe that we are nothing. They believe they can do whatever the hell they want to us. They can rape our women, take our children. Who's the racist? Now shut the hell up. Fuck you very much for your stupidity. Shows me that I'm right. Anyways. Oh, they don't like the truth, do they? I don't like being politically correct. I like to be direct. With facts, with truth. You think I'm going to back down from using language that might offend your little pussy feelings? No. There is a freedom of speech. You don't see me insulting everybody on the chat. No. Just fucking idiots like Hammerman. Fuck you, Hammerman. How's that? Fuck you very much. I don't care to have Muslim friends. I don't care. I care to have friends. They happen to be Muslim. They better be, if they do not reject Muslim terrorists, we're not friends. Speaking of friends, do you think that we have to be friends with China for us to buy things from China? Let me clear something up real quick. A lot of people who say stupid shit like that, they're not worth my time. Oh, your hat is made in China. What the fuck does that got to do with anything? I just want to know. What the fuck does that got to do with anything? You think I buy something from China because I like them? No, you're a fucking dumbass if that's what you believe. You think China buys things from us because they love us? No, they don't. They want the money. It's all about the Benjamins. Nothing to do with, oh, I like India. I'm going to give them some. Shut the hell up. You're trying to make money. You try to save money. Hammerman, and that is your ticket to get the fuck out of my channel. I will put your time out just for 30 minutes. Just cool off, you dumbass traitor American. Hammerman is one of those resentful Americans that is just so useless that hates himself so much that he can't help but to hate this country. Not me. Not me. I love this country. I love all my American people. All the American people that think the way I do. I love all those people. Everybody else, I love with disclaimers. Oh, man. So here's the poor excuse of the uneducated on the left. George says the rich get richer. That's not true. There's a lot of billionaires that go bankrupt because they're fucking stupid. But I can tell you, I know plenty of people that are above middle class when they have nothing. So this got nothing to do with the rich get richer. Let me tell you something. Well, fuck you very much if you don't like it. If you don't like it, get the hell out of my channel. Here's the truth, though. And if you stick around, it's because you know it's the truth. The truth is that all of the people who depend on somebody else to do something for them, they never come up in life. For example, you know what's crazy is we have illegal immigrants in this country. I know, right? News. Breaking news. We have over 22 million illegal immigrants in this country. Breaking news. Nobody knew that. Nobody knew that. Let me tell you what happens. What happens with that is, okay, they know they can't work. It's illegal. They know that most likely they will get deported if they go and get a real job. Well, not a real job. Sorry, it's not the word is not real job. A job, right? Where they have to show proof of citizenship or permanent residency to be able to work here. Social Security has to say that you have the right to work. So what the illegals do, the smart ones, it's instead of working for somebody, they go and create their own business. They go and do some sheetrock. They do painting. This is why you see Paco's landscaping, right? This is why you see Pedro's painting. And not to say that, every Hispanic business owner is illegal, but the mentality of these libtards, it's that the rich get richer and the poor get poorer. No. The lazy get poorer. That's how that works. If you work for a company and they pay you $25 an hour, and you know that what you do, if you really believe that what you do is worth more than the $25, you got two choices. You ready? Well, maybe three. First choice, you find another job. Second choice, you become your own business owner and find out why they only pay you $25 an hour for that job. And number three, which is the most likely path that the libtards will take, and that is to just not work. I always say this: be an entrepreneur. If that's what if you're good at that, do what you're good at. Like, for example, I'm a gamer. I haven't played a game. Well, my PlayStation. I haven't played my PlayStation for over a month now. But I always say this: if you are a very good player and you know a lot about the strategies, you know a lot about how to do this, bro, get a camera, start streaming, make your money. Let your talent, whether it be a video gamer, right? Let your talent shine. Use it. So what if people say, go get a real, it doesn't matter. Use that talent and see how far you get. And you can always choose to do a different route. That's fine. But if you have the means to be able to stream your game, you're very good. So a lot of people that are looking for help, they will look at your channel and you can make money. I know gamers that are making over $150,000 a year. Some are making even millions. That is crazy. I can't believe that. 13, 14-year-olds making $1 million. Can you believe that? Playing video games. Or just making stupid videos. Stupid videos always go viral for some reason. There's a lot of stupid people out there watching. But they make their money. That's a job. Using your skills to make money equals job. If you get paid for doing a service, then you're a professional. You see what I'm saying? So it's one of the things that I do. Well, I like talking a lot. Got my own podcast. I like to tell the truth, and I try to use common sense. I know a lot about religion. I don't know everything, but I know a lot about religion. The reason why I'm good at it is because I'm honest. I'm always honest and truthful. See, people that come in here, they have something against them. Especially when they're foreigners and they want to talk shit about this country. Because I was a foreigner. I was an alien to this land. But now I'm an American citizen. And that's something that they can never take away from me. And if the President of the United States of America, whoever that is, decide that I did something treasonous to this country and that I should be deported, I'll be more than happy to go back to Honduras. But until then, shut the hell up. It's not your call. Anywho, everything I tell you is true. Use your talents. If you're a good cook, get a camera. Stream your cooking. Learn to use lighting. You don't have to be a professional in that. Just put the camera there and start cooking. Start talking. Make your money. That's an entrepreneur. You know what I'm saying? Be your own boss. Go and create your own wealth. Man, I know people that are so successful, and it wasn't from the night to morning. It takes years sometimes. Years. You know, I tried a channel before when I was doing photography. I got up to like maybe 1,600 subscribers. And I would make these videos, of landscapes, the mountains, rivers, how to take photos, using the flash, not flash, using long exposures, blah, blah, blah. No success. No success. Very few views. Now, from what I have learned, I'm sure I can go back and do better, with photography, with a certain format. But the fact is that I didn't just give up. I didn't give up on saying, oh, you know what, I guess I can't, I got a computer, I got cameras, I got lights, I got all these things for nothing. No. I'm not going to listen to the negative leftist retards that don't want to make money, that want to always bitch and complain about somebody else's success. No, I got to work to make my own success. Let me go ahead and tell you about my weekend. I know I haven't finished the clip yet. Let me see. Is it almost finished? It's almost. Yeah, it's about halfway. Listen, this weekend was so phenomenal, man. I had such a good time. You know what the craziest thing is that I hear about all these liftards complaining about gas, complaining about affordability, complaining about the beef is so expensive. Beef is not a necessity. Beef, steaks, ribeye, all that stuff has always been a little bit of a luxury. Always has been an expensive item. Well, I'm going to tell you, man, I went and hung out with some family and friends. Big, beautiful yard, huge yard. And we celebrated with fireworks. Now, there was, my nephew, he's a bit of a chef. He was making all kinds of beef, man. The guy was a grill master. Oh, my gosh, the flavors. Oh, so good. He had all kinds of different meats, and he will tell me, oh, this meat is this, and this is that, and this one, is this. And, man, and I'm looking at these guys, and they had spent, thousands of dollars to put this together. And then I talked to somebody else, and they spent $1,100 on a box of fireworks. But they got a deal, they said. So they only pay $100 on an $1,100 box of fireworks. And then you have like 3-4 other people with the same. There's like thousands of dollars in fireworks. Thousands of dollars on food. All Hispanic. Mexicans, Hondurans. I tell you that before. Huh? What did the libtards do to celebrate our Independence Day? The 250th birthday of the United States of America? What did they do? I don't know. Bitch and complain. Probably went to some Muslim retreat. Anyways, man, I had such a good time. I think I was so dehydrated from inhaling all the fireworks powder. Man, we had explosions everywhere. My 2 fingers, they feel kind of weird because I was holding the firework fuse to make sure multiples would go off. Man, we had such a good time. We went from 7 p.m. To like almost midnight, blowing up fireworks. It was phenomenal. The kids had an inflatable, and they were sliding down, and big tents, if you wanted to take a nap, if you wanted to be inside. Big open tent, with tables and chairs. And, man, we were out there shooting guns, you know what I'm saying? Everything was so much fun. And in the midst of all this celebrating, there were some illegal immigrants in there, okay? There were some. Hold on, let me refill the coffee here. This conversation is pretty good right now. I'll tell you that right now. Good story time. All right, need to leave some room for my little creamer. So people know that I have my Dennis Herrera show channel. And so, of course, the question is, what's it about? I said, it's about religion, politics, some story time. I really just want people to interact, have a conversation, get to know each other. And so what I got to know from the libtards is how hateful they are, how retarded they are, and how they never like to hear the truth or facts. And they can never give us facts, only insults. Woo, hit the spot. So they hear that I'm doing the Dennis Herrera show. Now, will they watch me? I don't know. I don't know if they will. But then they ask me what's it about, and I say, this and that, and I was like, one of the things that I get the most on my channel from, I get a lot of hate from the left because I am pro-legal immigration. And They look at me, are you going to turn me in? I said, no, I'm not ICE. That's not my job. But I will tell you what I tell people on my show. If you are illegal in this country, my best advice is self-deport and apply for a visa to come back. Not just apply for the visa, but apply for a resident card. If you love this country, they say, yeah, we love this country. I said, number 2, if you get deported, you already know if you're here illegally, you can get deported at any given time. There's no such thing of saying, I got human rights. Give me my due process. Fuck no. That's not how it works. You know what they said? Yeah, we know. I said, so you can't hate the government. You can't hate Trump for enforcing the law. You know what they said? No, of course not. This is the same thing in our country. Yes, they were Mexican. So why is it that I can talk to somebody in person, tell them how I feel about legal immigration and immigration law, and they give me that response? Why is it that in here, these guys throw a bunch of insults? Oh, you traitor, you coconut, sellout, brah, betrayed of the people. Shut the hell up. Tell me, why did these 2 illegal immigrants who are from Mexico told me that I was right? Hey, Don, how are you? I see you sneaking in there, bro. I see you. My man. Oh, man, I've been neglecting you guys a little bit today. I'll make up tomorrow, okay? I'll make up tomorrow. Waza! For Brian, if he's listening anywhere. All right? Love you all, man. Thanks for being here. But you see what I'm saying? And then I go and I talk, with somebody else, with the head of the house. And I said, hey, brother, I got this show, and people get mad at me when I tell them the truth. Here's what he said. He said, well, I am a proud Mexican. He is Mexican. He was born in Mexico, and he has a green card here. And he says, got his own business, by the way. He makes good money. A lot more money than I make, that's for sure. And he says, there is no way that I could ever be mad at the United States of America. He said, don't get me wrong. He says, I love Mexico dearly. I love Mexico dearly, he says. But the United States of America is the land that I chose over Mexico. Because what Mexico was not able to give me, the United States of America has given me. My kids have been blessed for being in the United States of America. My success, I owe it to God, first of all, and to the United States of America. So why would I hate the United States of America? He said, God bless the USA. When he said that, I told him, I said, many people don't understand that. When I'm in my show and I'm talking about patriotism, they don't understand. I love Honduras. I would love to live in Honduras. I will live very well in Honduras. Not rich, but very well. Now, very well for me could be different than what you want to have is very well. Me, I just want a roof over my head. I want to be able to do my job, earn my money, entertain, earn my money, pay bills, but have the freedom to be able to have my weekend so I can go take a dip in the river with my kids, go to the ocean, on the coast, go to the island, be able to take some trips, on the weekend, just so I'll be able to, have some time with the family and just enjoy it. That's it. I don't need to have riches. I don't have to be a millionaire. I don't have to have a mansion. I just want a roof over my head. I want some safety, obviously, but I will love to just enjoy some of the nature in Honduras. It's phenomenal. It's phenomenal. To you, it might be ugly, but to me, it's phenomenal. It is fantastic. And I don't envy any person who is a millionaire in Honduras. Not one. I don't even give a shit about the politicians who really are stealing money from the people. If I lived there and I wasn't an American, I would probably run for office down there. But, why would I do that if I'm happy here, my family is happy here, and this is where God has me? I can't complain. Do I want to live in Honduras? Yes, I do. That's a fact. But the point is, that I love Honduras, but let's be grateful. This is the country that provides for us. If I lived in Mexico, okay, if I lived in Mexico, I will be saying the same things. Respect the borders. Be in Mexico legally. I will be saying the same things in Mexico. If I was in Honduras, I'll be saying the same thing. There's no difference. Do you understand? There is no difference. Every country has immigration laws. We all have borders. We all have systems created to help our own people. You know what the problem in Honduras is? That we have so many illegal immigrants from so many different Latino countries. And they abuse the welfare system. They do. They lie about being Hondurans. They get false records. It is what it is. The United States is not cursed. The United States is so blessed that everybody in their country wants to be here. Now, with that being said, I don't care what these beaners on here and all these illegal immigrants have to say. But I do care what Americans say about this country. And you should be proud to be an American. The United States of America really, truly is a great country. Do we have a bunch of assholes here? Of course. Look at the chat. They're all assholes, and they're here. Well, some of them are overseas in India with a bunch of cell phones, just trolling different conservative channels. Anybody that says anything beautiful about the United States of America, these people come in here like roaches and just start multiplying their hate. And they want Americans to suffocate and feel like there is no freedom in this country. But we know that that's not the truth. They call us cowards, but at the end of the day, we're all just patriots that would love this country. You know what's so great about this United States of America? Greatest country on earth. Fuck India. Anyways, I'm just playing, man. Oh, just playing. God bless India, man. India has like thousands and thousands of gods, but I want my God to bless India, to have mercy, and let them come to the truth to see the real, true God, okay? Look at this moron in here. Mashallah, Sharia law. What a fucking moron. See, I try to give you the benefit of doubt. But you are a fucking moron. This is the people that want to take over our country. Let me tell you something. You all know this question. You already know the answer. If Muslims are such a great fucking religion and they have the one true God, why is it that you are miserable in your Muslim country? Why is it that you come and check out the prosperous nations which are Christians led by a real God? Huh? Why is it? I explained to you, my viewers earlier today, that this demonic man, especially men, women are just stupid, but demonic men are rapists and pedophiles. And that is the only reason why they support their Sharia law and they support their Muslim fake-ass religion. I call it fake-ass because it's not a spiritual, godly religion. It is a demonic religion. Any religion that tells you that it's okay to marry a prepubescent girl is demonic. Any religion that tells you that it's okay to rape and violate other women that are not of your religion is demonic. That's crazy, ain't it? They think we're stupid. I'm going to tell you something, man. I had such a great weekend, man. I don't know if it was the flavor of the beef, bro, but oh my gosh. And the pico de gallo was phenomenal. I'm so proud to be an American citizen. I love this country. Beautiful U.S. of A. This is the land where we're free, my friends. Don't let these radical Muslim pieces of shit come and tell you that you are nothing, that you are garbage, that this country is the worst country on earth, because it's the total opposite. You have to understand, these demons don't like us. They are literally demonic. Literally demonic. You know why they don't like pork? I bet you never heard this. Do you know why they don't like pork? I'm going to tell you why they don't like pork. You ready? Jesus came into a place and he saw a possessed man. When they saw Jesus, they feared. And Jesus called them Legion. Well, they call themselves Legion because there was many demons in this one man. And he said, Jesus, allow us to go to those pigs over there. And Jesus said, go. But this is the reason why Muslims don't like it. And Jews don't like it either. But this is the reason why Muslims don't like it. They're demonic. So Muslims don't like it because demons were casted into the pigs and the pigs jump off the hill and kill themselves. Jews don't like it because those demonic people who are now Muslims corrupted the pigs. Ah, man, that's so funny, bro. You know that's just a joke. That's just a joke. You know, Peter was a Jew. And Peter was rebuked by Paul. Except Jews are not demons. They're not possessing pigs. Demonic Muslims do. Let me tell you what the difference is between the bad side of Jews and the bad side of Muslims. Jews believe that a boy becomes a man at the age of 13 or 14, I believe. And they allow for women to marry young, mid-teens. So most likely anywhere between 15 and 16 years old. That's still pretty young. But okay, borderline. And the male has to be about 19, 20, maybe 21 years old. So there is at least some sort of, control there with the age. Do I approve? My father was 27. My mother was 15 when they got married back in the day. I don't have a problem with it. But we have laws in this country that we follow, okay? So this is where we separate church from our law in this country. Now, Muslims, they allow for old men to marry prepubescent girls. Prepubescence can be anything under 13 years old, 12, 11. You know that there is a disease, there's an anomaly that forces little girls to have their period at 7, 8, 6, even younger. It's disgusting to think of that. This is true. Research. Go do some research. If you believe that a female is ready for marriage when they get their period, how young can a girl have their period? It's disgusting. There was a story about a little girl, a little Peruvian girl. I think she was like 5, 6 years old. She had a big belly. They thought it was some sort of tumor or something. No, she was pregnant. She gave birth at 6 years old or so. Of course they can give birth. She was traumatized. Never cared for her. She didn't know what the hell that was. See, there is an age of maturity. As humans, we need to grow to a certain age of matureness. Unfortunately, today, well, fortunately and unfortunately, today, our level of maturity does not come to us until we're way older. So the times of saying, 15 years old, I'm going to get married, it no longer happens that way. 15-year-olds today, they're not responsible like 15-year-olds back then. 15-year-olds back then, at least they knew how to take care of the house, how to cook, and they knew how to be mothers because they were raised in that atmosphere. But today, you got 15 years old that they don't even know how to freaking make their bed. They don't know how to make eggs. They don't know how to wipe their own ass. And they want to go out there and have sex and have all these other things that adults can have. It doesn't work that way. You got to be mature. How many of you made a mistake when you were in your teens? I know I did. And I wish I was a virgin. Man, that was 30 minutes already? All right, let me put you another 30 minutes. Get the hell out of here, Hammer. This guy just comes back after 30 minutes. I swear, Hammer comes in here, gets put in timeout for 30 minutes, and he goes, okay, 30 minutes, here we go. Beep. All right. Oh, shit, 30 minutes is up. Hey, Dennis Herrera show, you suck. Oh, man, I try not to laugh. I was trying to be serious for a little bit right there, okay? I try to be serious. But I will tell you, guys, if they're ready for life, okay, but we're not. We're not. This is why you have many divorces. This is why you have many failures in relationships. I'm telling you, I wish I was a virgin today. I don't care. 50 years old. I wish I was a virgin. I wish I had no kids. I know the Liptars will be so happy to hear that I never reproduced, but unfortunately for them, I did. Many times over. So the truth will continue to be spoken on this earth, hopefully. My kids follow my path, not their moms. Their mamas. Oh, man, that's so funny. All right. I think it's enough rambling here. I think that I will never be able to convince libtards of the truth. So what's the point, right? The message has been delivered. If it landed on fertile ground, it'll grow. And it will give them purpose in their life. But if they are just as hot as a rock, it's going to have no roots and they're just going to perish and continue to be a dumb rock with no fruit. All right, let's go ahead and finish this clip and let's jump on to the next one because I want to get to my live with President Trump. I loved it. Man, that live was fantastic. It was phenomenal. So many facts and truth been spoken, so much honoring of our fallen heroes, especially those who are still alive today. Man, I love that. I can't wait to get to it. All right, let's go ahead and finish this.
Long time. What is the message that she's sending? Because I don't think that this was unintentional. I
don't think it was an accident. These people do not like America. They want to fundamentally change it. They're embarrassed by it. And that's what's just so wrong. The policies need to be called out. Again, they put a smiley face, they wave to the crowd and do all that. But they don't believe in things like self-determination and success, prosperity, liberty, freedom. These are the types of things and principles that I grew up with, that you all grew up with. Yep. I think most of America grew up with. But these people, they're so ungrateful. They just don't like the country, and they need to be called out for it.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more, Jason. I think this was absolutely intentional. I always say, if you want to understand a politician, look at his wife. I think she was sending a message. He had to be there, but she was sending a message that this just wasn't important enough for her. And it's a really sad decision. But it's a decision that New York City made as well. And those elections have consequences.
Jason just praised that he gets judged by his wife.
Oh, I know his wife. He's a lucky guy.
That's the only thing I got going with me.
The only thing.
Yeah, she was cooking she was the one cooking the burgers last night. We did sparklers with family and grandkids. There is nothing more American than a 5-year-old waving a sparkler ready to poke somebody's eye out than that.
Amen to that.
Grandpa Chaffetz running around making sure everybody's not poking their eyes out with the sparklers. I already can see the image.
I had a hose in my hand.
Isn't that fantastic, bro? Man, you cannot take this country for granted, man. You cannot take your freedoms for granted, people. Don't let these retards put hate in your heart about this country. Don't let them. Don't let them do that. You know, they are so envious. They're so jealous of your greatness, of your success. They can't stand you, Americans. They can't stand you. And those Americans who hate America, they don't love themselves. They hate themselves. They don't even know who they are. Do you know why people don't believe in God? Because they don't know who they are. They don't have love in their heart. Those who know love know God. Those who belong to God will seek him. Those who belong to the devil will seek the devil and anything that he gives. That's how you know them, by their fruits. You know them. Now, let's get back to Mr. Mondani here and see what else he's doing in New York. Now, you guys already heard us talking about this, and we say this in a lot of common sense channels. You will hear that, socialist, libtard, Marxist, communist dumbasses want to continue to tax the rich. They don't want to make money. They just want to take money. There's a big difference. You make money or you take money. And the libtards, all they do is take money. They believe in socialist programs because they're a bunch of lazy sons of bitches. It's not one of them. If you're disabled, my friends, this is what it's for. If you're in need, this is what it's for. But if you are able to work and capable of doing something, whether you want to go do your own podcast and be successful, fantastic. Just know you got to have a backup plan for that. I do, so it's not a big worry to me. But you know what? You have a choice. Get a job. Make some money. Stop being lazy. Stop blaming other people's faults, other people's successes for your faults. Stop it. Seek some help. Oh, you're just lucky because you make $100,000 a year. No, bitch. I decided to go make $100,000 a year. You don't make shit because you want to be dependent on the government. That's your choice. Some people don't have that choice, but all these libtards who are able to work have a choice. Go ahead, brother. What you got for us? Google.
Big Apple's real estate market is taking another hit. Google co-founder and billionaire Sergey Brin reportedly dumped his stake in a New York City investment fund for pennies on the dollar. Landlords are suffering from rent controls and explosive costs under Zohran Mamdani's administration. And Brin, well, he just wanted to get out before it was too late. All right, Charlie, I want to come to you on this here because the numbers suggest he took a $75 million loss on this. I wish we were all in that position.
How much?
Yeah, I don't know.
75 billion?
75 billion, 100 billion.
In the scheme of things, that might not be that much.
But
because
no,
it
man,
could cost him more.
the
Staying.
psychological pain of
What
loss
is the
is
taxes that he's going to have to pay?
he's still taking a loss, and that's always a hard thing to do. What
He
does
can
this
write it
mean?
off on his taxes.
What does this mean, though, for Mayor Mamdani's policies? I mean, I feel like every other topic right now, we're talking about crazy economic policies that they think will work, and now the market is responding.
I've been following muni bond prices on this, particularly short-term municipal bond prices, because, well, there's been reporting on this on how New York City faces a weird cash crunch. Like every business faces cash crunches every now and then, right?
Yeah.
You kind of budget for that. You hit the short-term borrowing markets because Fox doesn't have all the money in it, coming in all at once to pay us, right? So it rolls commercial paper, right? There's a reason why Mamdani is not rolling the equivalent of commercial paper right now, because they do have a cash crunch. And it's because these notes that he would have to sell.
My dear libtards, here is a list of things that I can go off here. Here we go. Floyd D2, thank you so much for your comment. Floyd says, since, I like this, since Trump took office, food prices are up. These guys crack me up. Since Trump took office, he says, prices are up. Let me see here. Let me see. Let me address some of these things. Now, I'm going to leave it to your common sense. I'm going to leave it to your critical thinking, to your imagination. I'm going to leave it up to you to see if you understand what I understand. Let's go ahead. Let's address the first issue here. Ever since Trump took office, food prices are up. I remember I couldn't buy eggs. Yeah. That was before Trump. Yeah. My gas went up $1. Yeah. That was before Trump. Yeah. And so prices were up. Yeah, right before Trump came into office. So there's that. Let me address the gas prices. 2025, progressive taxes go into effect. 2026, progressive taxes go into effect. And the Democrats, the libtards, not only do they raise the taxes, they continue to blame Trump as if it's his fault. That they are the ones adding dumbass regulations that don't need to be added, causing more expenses for businesses, causing more expenses for those who are driving, expenses for those who are driving, which raise the cost of food, products, material, construction, everything is affected by it. What I find very stupid on your dumbass comment, Floyd, is that you blame that on Trump. As if fucking Democrats haven't been running Washington State for 40 fucking years. Nothing to do with Trump. It's been going down the hill every single fucking administration of Democrats. Shut the hell up. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Gas prices. Well, why is it that gas prices are so low in some states and so high on blue states? Let me remind you, let me double check to make sure that the facts are correct. Yeah, Brent crude oil is still at $72 a barrel. That is still $10 cheaper than the cheapest price under Biden. So you tell me, how the fuck are gas prices so high? Go ahead, explain it, Floyd, and all you retards who agree with that comment. Explain to me right now, how is it that we have the barrel of oil $10 cheaper than Biden's lowest barrel of oil price? and the gas prices are still high. Go ahead, genius. Explain that shit right there. Fucking dumbass libtards. It's like they don't pay attention. Now, woosah. In reality, what could be happening is the third world shithole country dwellers who are invading our chats here in the States, they don't know shit about anything. Or it's some young teenager that, even though this channel is for 18 plus, they're in here with the ignorance of a middle schooler. So they don't know shit about it either. So I got to give them the benefit of doubt. But Floyd, I'm assuming that Floyd is an old black dude that is resentful and is a racist towards white people. That's just me, generalizing people, just reading into the content of their character. Let me see. What else you got there? Gas prices. Oh, unemployment. Oh, I love this one. Unemployment, guys. Unemployment is up. I wonder what could be causing that. Do you think maybe there is a lot of fake employment posts out there? That could be. Could be that illegal immigrants have created businesses without reporting an actual Social Security. Who benefits from the taxes collected by illegal immigrants? They say illegal immigrants provide so much money to the economy of the United States of America. Is that right? Right. $22 million illegal immigrants make up the population of 32 to 34 states in the United States of America. Now, geniuses, tell me, why is unemployment so high? Besides the obvious, Democrats been destroying our factories, but Trump is bringing them back. Go ahead, genius. Tell me, why is the unemployment so high when you have so many millions of illegal immigrants taking jobs? Democrats actually agree that if we start deporting all these illegal immigrants, there's going to be so many jobs available. I wonder who's going to take those. And before you give me this whole farm bullshit account for employment, tell me that you have millions of fruit pickers in your state. Go ahead and give me the stats that you have millions of illegal immigrants picking fruit and vegetables in California. Millions of illegals farming in Washington State. Millions of them. Yeah, okay, sure. That you head out of your ass and start thinking with common sense. Inflation. I wonder how inflation gets affected. The genius economy guy tells me that when you have a high demand for a product, prices go up if there's a small supply available. Housing unaffordability, when you got millions of people coming in all at once, taking housing, what do you think that's going to do to the housing market? Especially when Democrats are delaying construction of housing. Well, that might not fix it at all, because we still got to deport massive illegal immigrants out of this country. Go ahead. Did you have another question, Floyd? Floyd, do you have another question? A bunch of libtards. You can never beat me, bro. You will never beat me. Job production is down. And then the libtard over here says, Thomas, another libtard says, Floyd, speaking facts. When libtards say this is a fact, I don't know, guys. I have a hard time believing that. So go ahead. You make all these false claims, Floyd. Make all these false claims, you lazy son bitch. Your welfare check is not high enough. Go get a fucking job, you lazy ass libtard. Ah, man. This is what I think. I think that corporations are very important, just as important as any citizen that needs to support their families. Now, let me ask you. See you later, Don. Have a good time with the family. Now, let me ask you something. Tell me, if you get rid of the rich people and the corporations, how are you going to make money? Factories are coming back to the States. You have another question? Factories are coming back to the States. Hundreds of thousands of jobs being created, so I don't know where the hell you got your numbers from. Come on. Another question for free. You libtards never learn. It's all good. If you have no corporation, how do you make money? Oh, congratulations, Don. Second month as a member. Appreciate it. Go ahead, libtards. Put it in the chat. How do you create wealth? This is going to be a good one right here. This is going to be a good one. How do you create wealth? Tell me, Floyd. How do you create wealth? Alex, tell me. How do you create wealth? Jose Gonzalez says, small companies. How do you create wealth? That's not how you create wealth. Tell me how you create wealth. That's just naming a small company. How do you create wealth? Hey, Rush Babe, how are you, sis? Good to see you on here. Good morning to you. Hope the bebes are good. Yeah, we know, Steve. We know about the chip manufacturing, but I want these libtards who have been talking shit in here, I want you to tell me, how do you create wealth? Bill Fosman, that is the libtard mentality, tax billionaires. Is that creating wealth? Jose says inheritance. Is that creating wealth? Stealing money. Is that creating wealth? No, no, and no. No. Nice try, Thomas, but no. How do you create without corporations is by innovating and creating products. How do you do that? You will never be able to answer the fucking question because you're going to go back to making corporations. Their wealth is already stolen. Sure. Don't tax. Nope. That's not creating wealth. Number one, this is not a Mexican hat, dumbass. We have these hats in Honduras as well, where I'm from. Is that right? Tell me, where does Social Security come from? Step, let me tell you, studio, bro. Before you come in here asking stupid ass fucking questions, go do some research. Was Obama a Republican, you fucking libtard? Was Biden a Republican, you fucking libtard? No. And yet, over $30 trillion in deficit was created. I got to be tough on these guys. I got to be tough. Tough love. They got to learn something. Buying land on U.S. soil, that's how you create wealth. Is that right? How do you create the money to buy the land? These libtards never learn. Go ahead. How do you create the money to buy the land? Oh, at least you're acknowledging that it's not stolen. Not work. Yeah, that's not how you create wealth. These people are so crazy. Unbelievable. Listen, you create wealth by supporting a capitalist system. In a socialist system, you think that is a great thing to have, but you don't. You can't trade if you don't have anything to trade. How do you get something to trade? What are you trading? What are you trading? See, you can't answer the question because you're going to go back to creating jobs, working, having a business. How much do you pay the employees? Socialism, they don't want you to be an owner of your own company. They want the employees to tell you what to do, what to build, what to invest, and yet they don't put any money investing or put anything on the line to sacrifice for them to create wealth because they take it from you. It's very easy to understand. I'll put myself as an example. Okay, listen, here we are. I'm going to do a podcast. I'm going to pay these bills every month. I'm going to be investing on this and that. How many of you, libtards, socialists, will want to say, hey, Dennis, let me put some money into this idea of yours, and I'll support you, and let's do this together. Let's work it. How many of you are willing to do that investment? You can't even do a $10 super chat in this channel. Tell me, how are you going to create wealth if not for investing, if not for working? And the only reason why you work for somebody, it's either to build a career with a company that you really believe in, or to get experience and make your own business. A lot of people have done the latter. A lot of people go into a company, they learn how to do this and that, and then they go into their own business. See, you don't appreciate that information. Oh my God, begging for money. What a fucking arrogant comment. You dumb ass bitch. Listen, I'm trying to give you some common sense. Think for yourself. Think for yourself. I'm allowing you to be a dumbass in here, but I will start removing you pieces of shit off my chat if you're not willing to have a conversation. Give me the answer to the question that I'm asking you. How do you create wealth? I want to see if you really are a person that knows how to create wealth. Okay, get the fuck off my channel. You're a piece of shit. You don't belong in here. You're in the wrong channel. Go to a leftist channel, bro. Go find somebody else to troll. If you want some information, if you really want to have a communication, I'm giving you a chance for free since you guys are all on welfare. Guara, you always come in here hating. Stay in Venezuela and shut the fuck up, okay? Anybody else? Jimmy says, working hard, not conning people or his name on the candidate. Oh, this guy is a fucking libtard. You're a fucking retard. I want you to think for yourselves. Fuck. Stop listening to dumb-ass, fake-ass news. Think for yourself. Thank you, Steve. Appreciate you, brother. How can you not fucking think for yourself? Forget about fucking Trump. Tell me, how do you make wealth? Fucking tell me that you have a brain so I can feel something for you. I want to believe that you're not a libtard. Prove me wrong. How do you create wealth? You know why you don't want to answer it? Because when you tell me how you create wealth, the following question is, how do you make more? I work my ass off every single day. You don't get to tell me what work is. What is work? Huh? What is a job? Give me the description of what a job is. Go ahead, libtards, especially you that says get a real job. Tell me on the description here, on the chat here, tell me, what is a job? You can always buy crypto coin. That's up to you. But guess what? You don't believe in it. You don't support it. You don't make money. That's how Democrats make money. Democrats corrupted politicians go into office and become millionaires. But you don't say shit about them. Only Trump. I'm telling you, get rid of Trump in your mind and tell me how you make money. Hey, Bob, turn the volume on your fucking phone down, retard. These people, I don't understand. Oh, it's too fucking loud. Why are you yelling? Well, fucking turn the volume down if it's too loud, numbnuts. Oh, man. I love this job. Woo! Hold on. I'm about to read your comment here, bro. Hold on. I believe I can fly. Woo! I believe I can touch the sky. Think about it every night and day. Spread my wings and fly away. Oh, man, this libtard, bro. You guys entertain me so bad, bro. You guys entertain me so bad. I love it. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Everybody needs a punching bag. And what a better bag than the libtard coming into my channel pretending that they have some sort of brain. Ooh, salud, my friends. You know, hold on. I want to read a comment. I think somebody put a common sense comment in here. Let me see. You introduce crypto. No. You must go. No. Style of the time. Today the very no. Who? Somebody was putting something in here. Who was it? Let me see if this one is. Jesus. I thought somebody put some common sense stuff in there, but no, they're still retarded. You know what's so great about me calling you retarded? That at some point, when you actually learn, I stop calling you that. It just blows my mind that people don't understand that. Let's see, what else do we have in here? Okay, sure. Lincoln, yeah, you have no brains. Gotcha. Uh-huh. Too much tequila, eh? S.A., says Joe. By the way, it's people that don't know. Let me just help you out. That's S.A. A lot of people, the Chicanos especially, right? People that come to this country, from Mexico or whatever, when they hear Chicanos say, hey, S.A., they think that they're saying S.A., which is this or that. That's not what they're saying. It's S.A., their initials. I find it interesting that those so-called Hispanics don't know that. You know why? Because they're ignorant. Ignorant, that just means that you don't know. It's that simple. Tequila, Joe, is going to tequila you. It's going to kill you. Don't drink tequila too much, my friends. You have to be very responsible when you drink. All right, libtards, time for you to get the fuck off my channel. I need some common sense people in here so that we can have a great conversation. I will be opening up my lines, probably, maybe, we'll see. I will open up my lines if I get people that actually have sense on the chat. Not you conservatives. I'm talking about libtards. I'm talking about other people that are probably new to my channel and might want to ask a question. Somebody put it in the chat. What do you think SA mean? SA? Somebody tell me on the chat. What do you think that means? Korean. Ah, yes. Common sense. Go ahead. Somebody put it on the chat. Somebody put it on the chat. Tell me, what do you think SA mean? When Chicanos call other Hispanics SAs, what do you think that they mean? Hey, SA? Somebody's got to know. No, no, not San Antonio. Nice try. Come on, guys. Think about it. Spanish. You're in America. SA. Come on. Somebody will get it. Javier doesn't know. He doesn't fucking speak English anyways. But not friend, Eric. Nope. Not Saudi Arabia. No, habanero. Knock it off. Be serious. You guys give? It's so simple. You ready? I know there's a small delay for some people on the chat. South America, no. I'll give you the first. I'll give you the first word if you don't say it. You ready? No, vato. That's something else. That's not SA. I'll give you the first initial. You ready? Here you go. The second one should be easy. Welcome, Fernando Garcia, the coconut. He is the real coconut in the building. No, Jimmy. What is wrong with these people? Get your mind out of the gutter. Get your mind out of the gutter. Come on, somebody. First initial is Spanish. What's the second one? What do you think the second one is? Nope, it's not essay. It's not a document. No, Steven. Knock it off, Steve. All right, today 183 people are going to know that SA stands for Spanish American. The reason why they gave that is because Chicanos are normally known to be Mexicans born in the United States of America. So for everybody else that spoke Spanish and they were born here, they just say SA. You're welcome. All right. With that being said, let's go ahead and get back to this. Google co-founder exits New York City because of the retardation of the communist Mandani in New York. But it's not just in New York. It's happening here in Seattle, Washington, with the socialist mayor and governor and Congress and the judicial court and all the retards that support them.
They're called revenue anticipation notes or tax anticipation notes. The interest rates would be huge on it.
Yeah, astronomical.
They're
compared to the
they're
rest of the
rising.
country.
And then if you look at New York City muni bond prices, we are, you know, the prices are going down. The yields, you know, the premium you have to give a holder to buy it, going up. And here's the interesting thing: he's a commie. He believes in sort of the warmth of collectivism. Right, he believes in
there's no money in that.
Believes in taking private property. Right, because he said it. Believes in, he hates the tax, he hates the rich. You know, or he thinks they're useful idiots. And we're not even getting into the weird cultural stuff he's into. This is just the budget side. But he has to tap the capitalist system known as the municipal bond market. Now, at some point, there's going to be a divergence between those two. And you're just seeing signs of it now. When that happens, I don't know, but there has to be. Never before has New York City been run by a communist. The last time the municipal bond market rebelled was in the 70s, when it wasn't quite communism. It was just rank incompetence in City Hall. You know, you didn't have any sort of budget systems. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? And they were like, "Whoa, enough's enough." This is a little different. Like, will the municipal bond market finance a commie?
Well, does that force the hand, right? Does the tide turn the other way when the interest costs go higher? I mean, you're a real estate owner here, and proud, you saved for it. What do you think of this and tearing down real estate values and his policies?
I'm not surprised by it because you see what's coming down the pike. And to my original point, $75 million loss on the books right now might not be anything really when you think about what could happen in the long run. And the truth of the matter is nobody wants to deal with it. Nobody wants to have to fight these policies or do business here. And so what happens if everybody starts flocking out? I mean, he said that people wouldn't. Well, a lot of people already left. And so if anybody who's still here then decides, I don't want to deal with the hassle of this, there are better places to do business or invest, and they go, then the city really deteriorates. And the sad part of that is all the people he promised he was going to help, he's actually hurting, not only through his own policies, but because of the flight of capital.
Yeah, driving up prices. I mean, do you have room in New Jersey for all of us to head over that way? Because that's what's coming next. I mean, in mass
taxing them
exodus.
in New Jersey, too.
Yeah, I mean, it's
We
not
have
that
some of
much
the highest
better.
taxes. It's not much better. But I mean, you're absolutely right, Jackie. I mean, Mamdani got elected on the promise that he was going to make, New York City more affordable, that he was going to restore housing, and all of his policies are doing the exact opposite. With the talks about taking private property and making it public, with the talks about, punishing landlords. I mean, he needs people like this to stay and invest in the city. If you've ever been inside public housing here in New York City, it's called NYCHA Public Housing. I've been inside before for when I was a reporter here in the city for local news. And these are just not properties that anybody should strive to emulate or reproduce, across the city or across the country, rather. And that, it seems to be the path that we're on.
They didn't know what
Just so you know,
affordability was
public
gonna look like.
housing, my cousin grew up in public housing in the Bronx. My mother did as well. It used to be a stepping stone for the working class. Yeah. Okay.
And that's how it should be used, as a stepping stone. It shouldn't be used as a permanent solution. But the problem is that the mentality of this retards or this lazy, entitled people, it just doesn't let them see outside the box. They don't think the way that we think. We believe, Chris, you don't know shit. Shut the hell up. See, we believe that if you want something, you got to work for it. Like for example, there has been, and I'm nobody. I only got 21,000 people, right? 21 subs. Listen, if you want something, you got to go get it. You got to go earn it. See, a lot of people think, we're just going to go ahead and do a podcast and it'll be given. No, you got to put work into it. If I put more work into my podcast, I will have a lot more subscribers. Not because I'm great, but because I'm putting more work, more effort into it. But I don't put that much work into it. At least not to where I can have twice the amount of subscribers. Listen, I don't want to burn myself. I do got to spend time with my family. I need time for myself. We're sacrificing a lot, but we're doing what we're doing. Other people have tried to imitate. They can't do it. That's not their talent. That's not what they're good for. Others are good. They have the skills, they have the talent, but they're not truthful. They are liars. They are hypocrites. Not one thing that I tell you here is hypocrisy. Not one thing that I tell you here is a lie. And just because you guys come in here and you see the negativity on the chat from the libtards or those fucking idiots that hate America, it doesn't mean that I'm wrong. Yeah, I have a bullseye on my back every day, all the time. What about it, Michael? You're one of those little bitches that threaten people? Shut the hell up, pussy. Anywho, if people are going to be violent, it's because that's their nature. People that come and threaten people on their podcast, that's their nature. They're fucking criminals. This is what they do. There's nothing you can do about it. I live in Yakima. And a father, his wife, and his 2 children gunned down in the corner eating tacos. Gunned down by a gangbanger. I don't know if they were trying to kill them or what, but the whole family shut down. And what was their sin? Eating some tacos. as a family. So shut the fuck up with your over here with your little threats. Anywho, everything that I say about, work hard, invest, save money, create wealth. What is wrong about that? Respect the law. Come into this country legally. We love migrants. I'm a migrant. Became an American citizen. How is that bad? How is that hateful? Huh? If I tell you this is the United States of America, if you are here, love it or leave it. How am I wrong? Every time I look at a Hispanic person, an Indian, a Middle Eastern, I don't go on the street and be like, oh, this guy's illegal. I don't do that. What for? I'm not a prejudice guy. But what I'm telling you is, out there is a lot of illegal immigrants. So I speak the truth. What is wrong about that? Tell me how speaking makes you want to shoot me. Tell me how speaking makes you want to get violent with me. How does that make sense? What do you expect me to do? Hate this country? Like the retards do? Like the ungrateful people do? How can I hate this country, which has provided so much for me and my family and many others? Many Mexicans, real Mexicans, love this country. Let's not forget why the whole Central America became independent from Mexico. Let's not forget why Texas left Mexico. Let's not forget why we acquire Arizona, California, New Mexico, Colorado, some parts of Utah. Let's not forget why we acquire those parts of Mexico, which, by the way, they were conquering land. They were stealing land from the natives. Mexico is a colonizing name from the Spaniards. And they hate it because I tell the truth. Tell me, what's so hateful about telling you that you have the freedom of religion, but the moment that your religion tells me that you want to kill me, you no longer have that freedom. Not in this country. See, we tell the truth all the time. And that's the difference between us and them. Interesting. I never seen a patriot support their enemies as I see today. I got to talk to some people this weekend, and they were very ignorant about a lot of things that are happening in Cuba, in Venezuela. And the thing is, like, I can debate with people who really want to debate. But as you guys have witnessed many times when I open my lines, the people that call in are so retarded. I wish you were retarded like a handicapped, slow person. No, you're just fucking retarded, like way retarded. You want to come in and you say you want to debate. You don't want to debate. You don't want to debate. Your little thing, the way you get kicks is you want to insult people. You want others to hear you insulting people. Just for the hell of it. No, give me some facts. And then, if I call you names, go ahead. You can call me that back as well. That's fine. But you have no facts when you call me. Only hateful comments towards Trump. That's not a debate. That's not a debate. Why would I debate you if I ask you a question and you can't answer on the chat? See, if you're asking me for a debate and I ask you a question and you don't answer it on the chat, why should I give you the time? Huh? Why should I give you the time? You're not helping me build my channel. You're not helping me build my audience. You sure as hell are not helping me making money. Why should I give you the time of day? I talk to retards like David Blackburn here and all these other trolls because it entertains me, but that doesn't make me money. I'm here mostly to speak to actual American citizens who love this country. Just to remind them that your country is great. You should be happy to be an American citizen. Don't listen to the haters. Don't listen to the millions of illegal immigrants in this country. Don't listen to the anchor babies that have no allegiance to the United States of America. Don't listen to those people. You listen to real American citizens and those who are green card holders who are looking forward to being American citizens. We need a lot of money to continue to support our national security. We need to continue to support Israel. We're not going to be completely, let them do whatever the hell they want, but Israel does a lot of things for us as Americans. Nobody does what Israel does to us. I mean, for us. Terrorist Muslims are destroying Europe. And the dumbass fucking entitled libtard Americans that we have in this country, these so-called veteran patriots, pieces of shit who have wasted their time serving just to become fucking traitors today of this nation. Traitors like the Air Force mayor who goes out there and protests to impeach the president. What a piece of shit of an American. Useless. Shame to the uniform of the Air Force. That's the garbage that we have to put up with in this country. And they think that their shit don't stink because they serve in the military. You're a fucking shame. You guys don't deserve our respect and our love. You're lucky you get any because of the good soldiers, the real patriots, the real veterans who love this country. Those who actually believe that their oath has not changed and continue to be patriotic to this country. Your oath doesn't say that if your president is bad, you fucking hate your country. It does not say that. You guys are scum, douchebags, pieces of shit that we have in this country. What a shame that you serve in the military, call yourself a veteran, and you hate this country because you don't like Trump. Well, then fuck you very much. Why don't you leave this country if you hate it so much? Oosa. Let me see. Netanyahu has an urgent message to Trump. Speaking of the devil, here we go. Man, you're not going to get no respect from me just because you fucking serve in the military. You know how many servers in the military? How many people are let go because they're cowards? They betrayed our country. Dishonor. Dishonorably discharged is such a thing as that. And these washed out soldiers who no longer fight for this country. Garbage. No, I have no pity on you. I love my old veterans who continue to say they love this country. It doesn't matter who's president. And that is a big difference. Garbage veterans like the zinc roofer. That's the kind of pieces of shit that I'm against in this country. His father was an honorable vet. But he is a fucking shame to this nation. Anybody else, any of these illegal immigrants that are in here, like Javier Hernandez, fuck you very much. Gulf of America, let's go. Somebody here knows, Ghost knows what the Gulf is called. It's the Gulf of America. How dare I? How dare you? Let me tell you something. I'm going to tell you something right now. Don't compare me to that guy, bro. Listen, I'm going to tell you something. If you are a veteran who served in the military, you don't say you hate this country because of Trump. You're a piece of shit for doing that. You're a piece of shit for doing that. Since when did you love this country because only good people are in it? I love this country, and your piece of shit is in it. Think about that. You're a piece of shit in this country, and I still love this country. I know the truth hurts. You know what's funny, though? You know what's funny? That you're the one responding to it, which tells me that it's true. You are a piece of shit. I'm just, oh man, if the shoe fits, they say, wear it. And you guys wear it very proud. Let me tell you, every single real American, what's crazy is every single real American agrees with me. You know how many vets are in my channel? Most of my members are vets. And I love every single one of them. Not because they're members, but because they're true patriots. They still love this country. It doesn't matter what turd is sitting in the Oval Office. That's not the country. Whew, man, way too much common sense, huh? Way too much. Oh, fake American. Is that right, Jose? Get the fuck out of here. A la verga, cabrón. Anywho, let's go ahead and get to this next claim. What did Netanyahu have to say? What's going on here?
So let's bring in Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu right now. Mr. Prime Minister, thanks so much for the time. First off, we've been seeing the funeral of the Ayatollah, who was killed in the initial strikes of the battle in Operation Epic Fury. What is your takeaway from the turnout and the fact that it was attended by Saudi Arabia, Oman, as well as Qatar? They sent delegations.
Look, Iran is a nation of about 90 million. About 80% of them hate this regime and would like to see it gone. But you still have, quite a few million, a minority that they can bring to the streets. And what do they shout in the streets? I don't know if you heard this, Brian. They were shouting, death to Trump, death to me, of course, but death to Trump. We have to kill Trump. Death to America. This is what is the face of this minority that has taken over, hijacked this talented people, the Iranian people, the people who fight for freedom, have been massacred on the streets for freedom. So I think that if the Iranian people were given a chance, they'd throw these bums out. And I think we have to recognize that. They are not America's friend. And we should not let them have nuclear weapons or the means to deliver them, both to us, but also to you. That's very, very dangerous. So this is a battle of freedom versus fanaticism, and the fanaticism can be seen on the streets of Iran. As far as the countries that go there, well, I think there's sort of a kind of a betting on hedging bets, but I think most people understand that the positive force for good, including the countries that went there, the positive force for good, for security and prosperity in the Middle East is not with Iran. It's the countries that stand against Iran, and that's the United States and Israel, whose brave soldiers fought shoulder to shoulder to cut down Iran's nuclear threat and their ballistic missile threat.
What people should realize, and they probably realize, don't want to say it, you would not be attacking a single nation that wasn't attacking you. If you're not under threat, if you're not threatening Israel, you're not going to have a problem with Israel. People seem to miss that point. The other thing is, we've had over 13,000 strikes on them. You've had over 8,000 strikes on them. Why is that government still standing?
Because it has a few 100,000 goons who kill, murder in broad daylight and at night, they murder their own people. They've murdered and maimed over 40,000 of their own citizens. And I think that's the reason they're in power. That's the same is true in Hezbollah in Lebanon, which is one of their proxies of Iran's fanatic regime's proxy in Lebanon. They also threatened to kill the Lebanese who want them out. The Lebanese government said they want them out. They're threatening them at the point of a gun. And the same is true of Hamas, their other proxy in Gaza. They just murder. They shoot people in the back of the heads if they refuse to accept their tyrannical rule. So this is a regime based on tyranny and terror. It has an axis of terror based on tyranny and terror. And the ones that have been fighting it is Israel and the United States. And I very much appreciate the fact, especially on, we're celebrating now 250 years of America's independence. America's been a tremendous force for good. And without America, there won't be any democracy in the world and there won't be any freedom in the world. So I salute America on its 250th birthday.
Mr. Prime Minister, is the relationship with the president under strain right now? He's been pretty direct in some of his criticism of you and as Israel, some of the aggression against Hezbollah. And your thoughts about that?
Yes. Well, first of all, we see eye to eye on just about everything. And sometimes, as happens among the best of allies, and we are the best of allies, there can be differences of opinion. We usually speak about it in open conversation. You can imagine the president has his way of expressing things, and so do I. But we are, we're allies. We're your model ally. And we respect the United States of America. And if you come to Israel, it is the one nation here in this region that is not only a democracy, but a democracy in which the overwhelming majority of the people unabashedly support the United States of America. So my relationship with the president is fine, and we have a way of ironing out our differences as allies who respect each other.
So what do you look to accomplish? I hear you're coming to visit. What do you expect to accomplish with the president?
Well, we haven't yet set a date for the visit, but I'd like to see the peace with Lebanon advance, just as we advanced together, President Trump and I, the Abraham Accords, which brought 4 peace agreements that nobody believed were possible. We brought them together. And I think that the fact that we basically hammered the Iranian regime, we've weakened it substantially, and that opens up the path for some other peace deals. That's what I'd like to advance. The other thing I'd like to say, because we're on the verge of the president's going to Turkey, look, Turkey is a great country, but it's governed by a man who calls openly for the annihilation of Israel. He occupies half of Cyprus, a NATO country. He's threatening Greece, another NATO country. And he talks openly about conquering Jerusalem. His foreign minister, his number 2, said that the Jewish state hasn't a place among humanity. Basically, it has to be wiped out. His interior minister, said he looks forward to be the governor of Jerusalem. Well, for a regime infected by the Muslim Brotherhood, an extreme movement that hates America and chants death to America from that side of the spectrum, I don't think they should be given F-35s or the engines for their fighter jets, because that'll upset the power balance in the Middle East, which is ultimately guaranteed by Israeli air superiority and also by, I think, by America's posture in the Middle East.
Yeah, I thoroughly agree. Plus, they have the Russian missile defense. So why would we give them an opportunity to plot and plan against it? And lastly, they're also financing Hamas, and you guys know that. So they might have helped, but they're financing Hamas, right?
They finance Hamas. They harbor Hamas. They roll out the red carpet for Hamas. They're in fact supporting the bad guys, and they didn't lift a finger to help you in Iran. We did. We're the model ally that fought next to your great soldiers. There is, I think, as Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of War, said, these are the 2 fighting allies, and I think it's a remarkable partnership. Right. Do we have some disagreements from time to time?
Yep.
Yeah, sure. But we work them out because we're allies, and we share not only common interests, we share common values. America has been the defender of freedom for 250 years. And Israel appreciates that because we're a free, independent country.
And Mr. Prime Minister, you do know this country very well. You went to college here. Thanks so much for all you do. I appreciate this alliance. And thanks so much. Have a great day.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you very much.
So, this guy, you guys, if you're new to my channel, you have to understand this. Every channel has trolls. Anybody that knows me, anybody that has been following me for a long time, they know. Listen, I love the United States of America. And those, listen, those who love this country, honor it, respect it, follow the law, and want this country to be the greatest nation in the world, that's my people. All the rest of the Americans who protect criminals, fuck you very much. If you serve in the military, thank you for your service. But if you are in the service, in the military, and you turn against us, you turn against the commander-in-chief, you are breaking your oath as a soldier. And if you are a veteran and you are supporting communists, then fuck you very much, because this country is not a communist nation. You understand? So if you are a veteran who remembers the oath and continues to stand for this country, you are my veterans. Everybody else, fuck you very much. And that is the difference between having somebody with a family, same values, same beliefs, and those who are traitors to our nation. That's not my family. That's not my people. Just like I always say, if you are Honduran and you respect the law and you came here with authorization, and you are able to follow the law, you are my people. If you are a criminal, you don't obey the law, you turn against your nation, you are not my fucking people. Does that make sense to you? There is such thing as traitors. There is such things as criminals and law-abiding. I have seen so many law-abiding citizens being abused and destroyed by criminality. And the only party, for some reason, the only party that supports criminals is the Democratic Party. So when you sit here and start judging me and start talking shit about me, but you support Democrats, well, fuck you very much. You are the problem in this country. I will never understand how you can sit there as an American citizen, and because you have your precious freedom of speech and expression, I'm going to burn the American flag because I had the freedom of expression. Yeah, that freedom of expression tells me that you are a fucking traitor to this country. I don't know what you're so proud about. I don't know what you get so happy about. I don't know what you get so entitled about. Huh? What are you so happy about, you fucking idiot? You burned the American flag and, oh, it's my freedom of expression. Fucking retard people. This is why you guys are retarded. You don't understand. Zamora, your fucking comment is retarded. What are you trying to say? What are you trying to say? Check out whatever the hell you wrote and write it again. If I open, listen, I've done this 1,000 times. 1,000 times. It's Slim Fat Boy. If you don't fucking know why I get pissed off about people turning against this nation, then you're a fucking retard. You are an un-American. It should piss you off. Somebody's trying to destroy your country. You see what I'm saying? Lord, give me patience with these retarded people. All right. I need to get a breath of fresh air. So I think it's time that I bring my President POTUS, my POTUS, my President Trump, You know what it's like? You know what it's like? It's like Superman. When he's running out of energy, Superman needs to fly out into space and recharge with the sun rays. President Trump, the great white hope, brings the sun rays upon me. Therefore, renewing my strength and belief in this country. Ladies and gentlemen, our great POTUS. Now, some retards don't understand this about our country. You see, it doesn't matter what this American citizen was doing before we made him president. It doesn't matter who it is. It doesn't matter what that person did for a living. It doesn't matter what they believe. We put him there as president. And one of the things that we do as a constitutional republic, one of the things that we do is that we honor that servant whom we put in place. And we wish him well. We want him to have as many benefits and privileges as he can, as long as he fights for the American people. Zinc Roofer is a communist. Fuck you very much. Go to the corner for 30 minutes. Think about what you did wrong. And when you do find out what you did wrong, come back. Zamora says, you talk so much, but say absolutely nothing. It's sad. You know what? I'll tell you what. Hey, here, hold on. Wait. I'm going to put this very nicely. Fuck you very much and get out of my chat. Let's go, baby. Everybody else who loves President Trump, who loves America, you stay tuned, and I'm going to give you what he gave us on Saturday night before this glorious weekend of celebrating two majestic 250 years in the best 4th of July. All right, President Trump, I need to be re-energized. Here we go.
Good evening, America. If you think that was, it wasn't. And I want to thank everybody because they did the right thing. They saw lightning, and I said, there's no way if we have to speak in front of one person at 4 o'clock in the morning, I'm going to be here. There's no way we can be deterred. And they estimated they had 375,000 people before everybody had to leave. And they now have 150,000 people. It's the craziest thing anyone's ever seen. At least. And I want to just thank you, and I feel so badly about some people. They left and they couldn't get back. But you're very special people, and we have a very special country. Thank you very much. Tonight we come together for one of the most joyous and glorious milestones of all time, and you know what that is, 250, the 250th anniversary. And I do have to say this. One of my very brilliant people backstage said, don't worry about it, sir. We can do it maybe next week. I said, it doesn't work next week. This is the big day. We want July 4th. We're not looking for July something else. Because this is the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. Nothing like it. For 2.5 centuries, our American republic has stood as the crowning achievement of human history. This country is the home of freedom. This is the land of liberty. And this is a flag that's the banner of the most extraordinary, most exceptional, most incredible nation ever to exist on the face of the earth. And we're doing better now than we've ever done before. No people have done more good, shown more courage, made more progress, righted more injustice, or achieved more greatness than you, the American people. For 250 years, the United States of America has been the hope, the promise, the light, and that glory among all of the nations of the world. All over the world, they try and be like us. Nobody can be like us, and with God's help, we will always be this or even better. We're going to be better.
Let's go.
Here on our National Mall, we're celebrating freedom's triumph over tyranny, liberty's conquest over oppression, and the enduring victory of the American spirit from the July 4th, 1776 to July 4th, 2026. Big dates. That's big dates. Two big ones. And tonight our country is stronger, freer, richer, safer, and prouder than ever before. But it all started with the miracle of history that lives forever in the heart of every single patriot. In Philadelphia, our founding fathers summoned the courage of giants and the wisdom of centuries to boldly proclaim these timeless truths. They declared that all men are created equal, that they are endowed with sacred, unalienable rights by the hand of our Creator, and that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. In signing their names to the roster of freedom, those 56 patriots put everything at risk, stepped onto the stage of destiny, and seized a victory for the ages, and that's what it was. And this is an evening for the ages, I believe. This is something very special. This is bigger than if we didn't have the lightning blaring. We had lightning blaring, but this is bigger. Little more inconvenient, but it's bigger. I think in its own way, it's more beautiful. From the beginning, we were a nation that lived by the motto, victory or death, and live free or die. 1 out of every 100 Americans gave their lives in the fight for independence, to remind us of who these heroes were and what they gave us. We are honored to have here tonight, in the heart of our nation's capital, one of the very first American flags ever to exist. Dating back to 1777, it bears the 13 stars and 13 stripes of the 13 states that declared independence on the 4th of July. There it is. This was the flag that flew victorious at Saratoga. And these are the real deals, too. These are the real flags. These are flags that have seen a lot. These were the stars and stripes that flew triumphant when the British waved the white flag of surrender at Yorktown. That was a big surrender. Nobody thought that was possible. They were the greatest power of the world, and they surrendered, and that was the beginning. Ever since, the entire world has been on notice that Americans will never let anyone take our freedom away. Won't happen. And all these talks from the communists, they haven't got a chance. Not even a chance. We don't want communists in our country. Never worked, and it never will work. Americans must never forget that we are a historic and heroic people with a heroic spirit and a heroic purpose on this beautiful earth of ours. We are made the courage and the fire and the flesh and the blood of the best and the bravest people this world has ever produced. We are the bravest and the best. Tonight we pledge allegiance to the flag they gave us, and we say, God bless the immortal patriots of 1776, and long live the cause of independence. May it reign forever and ever and ever. We will always be on top. We will never let our country fall. We will always be the best. Our founders not only won our liberty, they secured it with the most righteous political document ever conceived. It's called the Constitution of the United States. Very special. And it's because of their genius that we remain the finest people on the planet after 250 years. Unlike so many others in the world, in this country we have freedom of speech, freedom of religion, equal justice under the law, although I wasn't treated that well, but we won't get into that. And the right to keep and bear arms. And for the almost 6 years that I was president, I guarded very, very powerfully your Second Amendment, and they didn't do a thing to it, and it was not easy. But we guard your Second Amendment. We guard it very, very strongly and cautiously. Across the generations, Americans have fought, bled, and died, not just to secure those, to expand them to citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed, because we are one people, we are one family. You showed that tonight with one flag, and as our Declaration of Independence tells us, we are all made in the image of one Almighty God. And a communist will sure. Few heroes remind us more than William Carney, who escaped slavery to become a Union soldier in the Civil War, which was a very big deal at the time. On the battle he saw, comrades struck down enemy fire while carrying the Stars and Stripes, and Sergeant Carney dove to the ground to keep the flag from touching the mud. He didn't want to have it touch the ground. He didn't want to have it touch the mud. He wanted it to be perfect. He raised it high above the field and was shot 4 times. They thought he was gone, but he kept moving forward. He loved our country. He loved our flag. Before he returned to camp and announced, "Boys, the old flag never touched the ground." And he became the first African American to receive the Congressional Medal of Honor. He got the Congressional Medal of Honor, and he was the first African American, and he was some man. They've written stories about him. He was something special. With us tonight to celebrate this forward march of freedom is another Medal of Honor recipient, Colonel Paris Davis, whose courage won eternal glory in Vietnam. He helped lead a surprise attack on 100 enemy combatants. They said he was finished. His whole group was finished. And despite multiple life-threatening wounds, saved the lives of his fellow soldiers. And this evening he stands to salute the only flag of its kind, the one that was draped over the casket of President Abraham Lincoln in Independence Hall. Thank you very much. Great. He looks better than I do. He looks great, and he's brave. Because of heroes like these, our flag will always be a symbol of liberty and justice for all. Colonel Davis, thank you very much. Great man. Great man, thank you. Americans expanded the blessings of freedom, and we have never stopped expanding our ambitions and our dreams. We had the American dream. We never had the American dream, however, like we have it right now. The American dream is back, very strong, beautiful. You know, to get into our military now is tough. 2 years ago, we couldn't fill a job. and now it's overflowing. We have so many, setting records. We're setting records. It's actually hard to get in. That includes our great police forces and our firemen. They couldn't hire anybody. Nobody wanted to do it. Now it's hard to get those positions, but it's really hard to get into our military because people respect and love our country again. Our rise to being the world's strongest and most powerful nation was no accident of history. We rebuilt our military in my first term. We use it a little bit in our, well, actually I should say third term, but I won't do that because I don't want any controversy. But we use it, and we've had tremendous success. You look at Venezuela, you look at Iran, we wiped out their military. Americans crossed the Great Plains, scaled the Rockies, we just tamed the wilderness and conquered the frontier and built the empire. It's called the Empire of Liberty. We laid down the railroads, raised up the skyscrapers, those beautiful skyscrapers, and dug out the Panama Canal, considered the 8th wonder of the world, which everyone said was an impossible thing to do. And by the way, 38,000 Americans died to give us one of the greatest engineering feats of all time, the Panama Canal. This was the unstoppable spirit that created the world's most powerful industries and built the strongest military anyone had ever seen. And today it is stronger and more powerful than it ever was before. American grit, boldness, and daring forged heroes like Davy Crockett, Wyatt Earp, Annie Oakley, Teddy Roosevelt, and the legend of the Wild West, Buffalo Bill Cody. These were great, powerful people whose incredible grandchildren happen to be with us tonight. And they stand alongside one of the first American flags ever to fly over our expanding nation. It was carried west just as Lewis and Clark began their journey in 1803. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Great to have you. Great to have you, to honor this audacious and indomitable soul of America. We also have the first flag ever to fly over one of the greatest architectural feats of all time, a thing called the Brooklyn Bridge, one of the most beautiful bridges anywhere in the world, built a long time ago. To its right, the banner that flew atop our flagship after America's Navy sank the Spanish fleet to the bottom of the Manila Bay, one of the greatest naval victories in history. Much like our recent victory by sinking the entire Iranian Navy, 159 ships, to the bottom of the sea, all done in just a moment's time, happened very quickly. We have the greatest military anywhere in the world. And next to it, we also have the flag that was given to that immortal, just a fantastic, immortal Rough Rider, the one and only. And I was at the museum the other day at its opening. Theodore Roosevelt, when he returned triumphant from Cuba, printed with the words, "Welcome home, Colonel Roosevelt." He was a victor of San Juan Hill. He was a great gentleman. Americans won the West and built the modern world because America is a nation of winners. And today our country is winning again, and we're winning like never before. America is back, and we want to keep America great, and we will do so by approving the Save America Act, which means all voters must show voter ID. All voters all voters must provide a little thing called proof of citizenship. And there will be no mail-in ballots except for illness, disability, military deployment, or travel. And you won't have cheating on the elections anymore. It's very simple. Together, we are also reasserting the truth that American strength and power is not something to be ashamed of. It is something that we are very, very proud of. This country has been the greatest force for peace and justice on earth. In the last century, we defeated tyrants, demolished evil, and saved freedom again and again and again. Ken Schubring was 19 years old when he survived the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor. After enemy planes sank ships like the USS Arizona, he resolved that he would help America strike back and win. He wanted them to strike back and win. Flying B-29s in the Pacific, Ken fought from the first day to the very last. He was in the war right from the first day, and he went to the last day and all the way to the enemy's unconditional surrender. We got an unconditional surrender. He was there. At 104 years old and looking really good, Captain Schubring is here tonight, and he is saluting the flag that went down with the Arizona at Pearl Harbor, but was raised back up with the help of some unbelievable American patriots. It's a symbol of American defiance, please. Thank you, Captain. Thank you, Captain. Great job. Thank you very much. You have very good genes. That's his son. His son's going to be around a long time. Thank you very much, Captain. On D-Day in World War II, Navy Lieutenant Arthur Rose commanded 36 landing craft as part of the largest naval armada in history. Recalling that sight, he wrote home to his parents, "What a country we are." At 107 years old, Lieutenant Rose is here to salute one of our nation's most prized possessions, the flag that flew aboard the first landing craft on D-Day and led the first Americans onto the beaches of Normandy to liberate Europe and defeat Nazi fascism forever. Lieutenant Rose, you are an inspiration to this beautiful crowd, and we thank you very much. Amazing man. 107. It's 107. On Iwo Jima in the Pacific, the Marines faced some of the most brutal combat in the history of warfare. They shed their blood for every inch of mountain that they reached. And when they reached the summit and raised the stars and stripes for all to see, it was so special to everybody there. Everybody there and everybody watching. They couldn't believe it. It wasn't supposed to happen. With us today is one of the last survivors of that battle, 101-year-old Marine Corporal Don Graves. And he's here to salute that famous flag he saw rise in the glory of Iwo Jima 81 years ago, and you've all seen that flag many times. So, ladies and gentlemen, these are the fighters and the banners of the greatest generation. They are the greatest generation. I hate to admit that, but they are. They saved the world and they made America very, very proud. We're very proud of you, heroes all. And after we vanquished fascism, Americans stood against the evil of communism in the Cold War. And as I said last night at the beautiful Mount Rushmore, what a beautiful place, where Washington, Jefferson, Lincoln, and Theodore Roosevelt loomed over my shoulder as I spoke.
America will never be a communist country. Won't happen. Communism is a loser, and it always will be. The communist system is the opposite of the American system, and the communist system has never worked. Our warriors did not fight communism on battlefields across the world, only to have that menace rear its ugly head right back here in America. We're not going to let it happen. We like to stop a threat like that immediately and before it begins. It's like a cancer. You got to cut it out. You got to cut it out fast. Tonight we proudly thank veterans of the war on communism, including Marine Corporal Pat Finn and Private First Class Rudy Meekins, who fought at the famed Battle of Chosin Reservoir in Korea. That was a rough one. Thank you. Pat fought in hand-to-hand combat with the enemy. He had 5 against him, and he was 1. And as you can see, he's around to talk about it. And Rudy was wounded 4 times, but never stopped shooting, and he never stopped moving forward. And also with us is veteran Sonny Ray, who fought heroically against an enemy force 10 times his unit size, and earned a tremendously deserved Silver Star. Tonight they salute one of the very first 50-star flags to fly above the field of battle. This was about the beginning of the 50. And right next to it is one of the last flags from Checkpoint Charlie, very famous place on the Berlin Wall, where American freedom finally brought communism crashing down to an end. Thank you so much. You are really very special. Thank you. They've learned what to do and how to handle it, and we're going to handle it very well. So, gentlemen, I want to thank you very much. You're amazing people, amazing men. Thank you. How about that, huh? Isn't that great? What an honor it is to be with them. Think of it, 107. That's up there, but hopefully he's got 20 good years left. Through the generations, Americans have never stopped striving to lift humanity to new heights. In 1903, the Wright brothers from Ohio fulfilled the age-old dream of mankind to fly. That's right, they're from Ohio, great state. And within 66 years of inventing the airplane, Americans planted our flag on the moon. Just 3 months ago, we sent American astronauts back to the far side of the moon, and this time they flew further from Earth than anyone has ever flown before. And here they are. So tonight we're joined by that crew of NASA Artemis, you know the crew, everybody. Artemis 2, and everybody watched. Isn't that amazing? And they became very famous. Everybody watched. I was watching. I don't know what it was. That one got the attention of everybody. And along with the last man to walk on the moon, Apollo 17 astronaut Jack Schmitt. Thank you, Jack. You look like you could be with them, Jack. You look very good. You look very good, Jack. Thank you very much. What a job. Everybody was watching. I was with a group of people that normally wouldn't be watching, and we're having a big dinner, and they all said, we want to turn on, we want to watch Artemis 2. A lot of people said, what is that? By the end of the evening, they knew. It was amazing. And along with Jared, where's Jared? He's so great. He's running NASA. What a job he's done. So I want to thank you all. Thank you very much. Great job. So these champions of flight stand this evening beside the flag flown on the Wright brothers airplane, piloted by Orville Wright. It's the exact flag, very historic. And they are honored to be here. They told me today they were really amazed to be here with that flag. That's a very special flag if you're in the world of flying aircraft. So congratulations to everybody. Fantastic job. Very proud of you. And I have a special gift for these patriots. This morning on America's 250th birthday, a new flag was flown above the United States Capitol. And tonight I present it to you to soon be planted by American astronauts on their upcoming return to the moon. And in addition to that, I gave them and all of the great heroes that you saw up on stage tonight and a few others that couldn't quite make the stage, I gave them a very special medal from the White House. So it's an honor. Thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate it. So then I assume you're going to be heading to Mars, right? We're going to be going to Mars very soon. And I think that's something that we do have in mind. And we're going to do the moon, and we're going to go from there. We're going to go to Mars, and we're going to continue to be way ahead. You know, we did Space Force. That was something I was very proud of. And some people smiled. They thought it was foolish, and now they're finding it's one of the most important things that we've done. We were losing to China and to Russia in space, and now we're leading them by giant steps, and it's a great thing, and it's people like that really, like you, that made it happen. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you very much, Jeff. So as we celebrate America's unmatched achievements and unlimited potential, we never forget that none of this would have been possible without those who gave everything so that we could reach this 250th year of freedom. We are honored to be joined by 11 Gold Star family members. The Gold Star family, that is one of the great tributes. It's one of the great honors, a tough honor. There's nothing tougher than that. But these are amazing people. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Come on up. They went through a lot. Thank you very much. And that special person is looking up there and looking down at mom and dad, husband, wife, but they're looking down with great pride. You know that. You know that. And we want to thank you for being here. Thank you very much. And we have medals for you backstage. I brought them. I thought I'd be handing them out about 3 hours ago. But we're going to be backstage, and we have beautiful medals for you, for your family, from the White House. Thank you very much, everybody. We love you. On this special 4th of July, we give you our undying gratitude and promise to redeem the sacrifice of your heroes by preserving the America that they loved. They loved our country. They sacrificed it all. And these people have sacrificed it all. They've been through hell. We love you. Thank you very much. Thank you. From 1776 to today, everywhere the American flag has flown, it has been a symbol of strength, righteousness, and hope, because that is who Americans are. In 1944, a mother and her daughter huddled in their house in Nazi-occupied Belgium and prayed desperately for their country to be freed. They wanted freed. As they waited, they found scraps of fabric and stitched together a homemade American flag. It's beautiful, but homemade. On the day they were finally liberated, and that's what the word is, liberated, they gave it to an American soldier as a gift. Little did they know that that soldier's great-grandfather was none other than the author of our Star-Spangled Banner, Francis Scott Key. And tonight, the next generation of the Key family is with us. Thank you very much. Please. Thank you. Major Kyle Key has spent 23 years in the U.S. Army, highly respected, and this evening he proudly salutes the old flag that was made by the Belgian woman so beautifully, and who knew that America means hope and freedom. Congratulations, and thank you for being here very much. And in conclusion, from a declaration in Philadelphia to victory at Yorktown, from the bustling factories of the heartland to the towering snow-capped summits of Alaska, from the endless frontier of the open Wild West to the magnificent sand dunes at Kitty Hawk, from the glimmering skyline of Manhattan to the far side of the moon, you just saw that, and from the now safe and beautiful capital of Washington. Think of it, Washington, D.C., our capital. Our capital is now safe, gleaming, and beautiful again. It's safe again. Went from a very unsafe place 2 years ago to one of the safest cities in the country and one of the most beautiful. To the gleaming waters of the Gulf of America. There is no challenge Americans cannot overcome. There is no place we cannot go. There is no goal we cannot reach, and there is nothing that Americans cannot do, and we're proving that right now. Our stock market is the strongest it's ever been. We have $19.2 trillion being invested in our country, which is 6 times more than ever happened before. We're building more factories in the United States than ever before. Everyone's 401ks are at the highest number they've ever been. And more people are working today in the United States than any time in the history of our country. But in this country, we can achieve the wildest and most impossible dreams, and no dream in history is bigger or more incredible than the one that started on July 4th, 1776. The war for independence was launched by Minutemen, farmers, blacksmiths, tradesmen, who took up their muskets against the mightiest army on earth, the most powerful army, an unbeatable army, until they met us. No one made them do it. They fought because they knew that a free people must have a free country. Over 250 years, the mighty nations and terrible tyrants, they came and they went. But after they came and they went. But after 2.5 centuries, this American republic still stands tall and strong, and we love each other. That showed tonight. You heard it was over, and what happened? You came back. And this American flag still waves proud and free and beautiful. We have thrived and flourished because our founders were great. Our cause was just, our people are brave, our culture is exceptional, and our destiny is written by God. And as we can see here tonight, after 250 years, the spirit of 1776 still lives within us all. It still roars in the hearts of our nation's capital. It still burns in the heart of every patriot, thunders through every city and town, and it still lights the entire world with the glow of American liberty. And there is nothing like that. At 250 years old, we may be the oldest constitutional republic on earth, but our country is just getting started, because the best is yet to come. This is only the dawn of the golden age of America, and on this 250th 4th of July, we declare, just as they did 2.5 centuries ago, that for our country and for our children and for the cause of liberty, we are going to take our country to new levels, to levels not reached. We're going to make it bigger, better, stronger, and we're going to love it even more. And I just want to thank you, and the inconvenience of lightning can do that, but lightning will never stop you. And I want to thank everybody, and we love you all, and it's an honor to be your president. Thank you. God bless you all. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. You guys just missed how much I just cursed at Wheeler. Let me show you how these so-called patriots or Americans, let me tell you how you can tell that they are either un-American, they are traitor Americans, or just illegal immigrants. As we are watching President Trump, not only is President Trump speaking, which is the president that we put in place, but he is honoring the veterans, over 100-year-old man who fought for this country. And the Zung Riffer, the Zing Roofer, the Zung Reefer, I like that one better. The Zing Roofer, the whole time, talking shit about Trump, talking shit about the country, the whole time. All of the libtards, all of the people that came into our channel right now, all of them talking bad. Instead of at least saying thank you for your service to the veterans who are being honored. You see, I want you to understand something. They can come in here and say that I'm not American. I'm anti-American, un-American, whatever they want to say about me. But I have never let any turd make me hate the United States of America. Do you understand that? Nobody can make me hate the United States of America. I don't like the libtards. Hell no to commies. But I will never hate the United States of America. I don't think people understand what that means. See, sometimes people think that because they serve in the military, all of a sudden they have the right to betray this country. That's not how it works. Just because I'm a migrant, has always respected the law, who is now a citizen, that doesn't make me any better than any American or any migrant that has done the same thing as me. I love the country, period. With all its imperfections, it is perfectly imperfect for me. And I love that about this country. But you are watching it. I watched it too, 2 days ago. And I watched it 2 days ago. And I felt the same joy. I felt the same thankfulness 2 days ago as I do today. I remember our veterans better than you pussies on the left pretending to love our veterans. We have an amazing country. If you don't love it, leave it. Go find something else that you like. Go find another country that makes your life better. Move to the Philippines. Go get a young Filipina to keep you happy. If you don't love this country and you're miserable, leave. You're free. You're free to do whatever you want. But don't talk shit about this country and then live in it. Get out. I'd rather have illegal immigrants in this country that love the United States of America than entitled garbage Americans who hate this country. 100%. No better patriots than that who loves their country, no matter who's president. These libtards don't understand that, and I want you to know that. See, the Zing roofer has his history with his father was a great patriot with honor. And he's serving the military, but he's a piece of shit. So he doesn't get the honor from me. He gets a thank you for your service, but you don't get no honor from me. You are a shame to this country. So fuck you very much. With that being said, there is another person that I really appreciate for what they have brought to the table, to our country, etc. And that is our beautiful Vice President, J.D. Vance. I also missed this live. And today, we're going to go ahead and revisit that. I don't know where these guys get these stats from, but, when they say 70% of the country disapprove of Trump, these guys are so fucking retarded. Maybe 70% of Democrats, but fuck the Democrats. If you are still a Democrat today, let me tell you, I'm going to give you the benefit of doubt that you haven't seen what these libtards are doing to the Democratic Party. Democratic Party is dead. It has been killed a long time ago. All you have is communists, enemies of the United States of America, fighting to destroy the American way of life. I tell you what, let me give you another 30-minute timeout. You piece of shit, Zig Roofer. One day, you may earn my respect, but until then, you're a fucking loser. With that being said, you can tell who, see, Bill Leslie knows. You can tell who loves this country. I want to say this. I wanted to say this before. You know, we have our freedoms. We have our rights. You know, even if I was to talk to you religiously, I can tell you right now, you can cheat on your wife, you can cheat on your husband, you can go become an alcoholic, you can do all the drugs in the world that you want, you can break every single law. You can do all of those things, right? Because you're able to do it. But there's consequences to all of those things. You can also choose to be free, respect the law, love this nation, work, and do all those things. And there's a reward for all that sacrifice, for all of that energy that you put into something good. With that being said, you have a freedom of speech. You're able to say whatever you want, right? Whatever you want. But if you say it to the wrong person, you might just get your ass kicked. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. I'm just giving you true, good advice. I'm giving you great advice. To say that you have the freedom of expression and the way that you use it by burning the American flag, that tells me who you are. That tells me who you are. So you can use your freedom of speech to do whatever you want. But just so you know, it tells the world who you are. If you don't want me to curse at you, don't make me. This is my channel. This is where I say anything that I want to say. And if you want to be part of it, you can either support it and give me some good pointers, have a conversation with me, support America, or you can just leave. It's that simple. I'm not going to sit here and envy somebody else's podcast. Lisa, that makes too much sense. Don't. You're gonna make their brains fry. You're gonna make their brains fry with those common sense questions. All right, I want to listen to the Vice President J.D. Vance. People that don't understand their freedoms, they will continue to be ignorant fools. What is the problem with you? They don't care about the files, only Trump. That's true. They only care about hating Trump. Everything that they do on any conservative channel, I want you to watch this. And if you do this on the other side, well, you need to stop it. I don't go to leftist channels to hate on the leftist leaders only because they're Democrats or because I don't like them. No. But when their leaders are putting Americans last, I got no love for them. But President Trump is doing everything for the American people, and all they can do is hate and stress about what Trump is doing. I don't understand why they can't see the truth. I can show a whole speech of President Trump honoring our veterans, giving you numbers and facts about this country and how great it is, and they spend the whole time with insults. I don't get it. I don't get it. These people are just retarded. There's nothing else I can say about it. All right. So with that being said, let's go ahead and listen to our great Vice President J.D. Vance.
Hoorah! Semper Fi! And happy birthday to all the sailors and the Marines and all the service members of this incredible ship. Please, please, ladies and gentlemen, take a seat. You know, I know it's 100 degrees out here, but my speechwriters wrote me a nice 9-hour address, so it's going to be a long day. A long day. But let me start by saying, first of all, thank you for being here on this incredibly historic occasion. I have to give a shout out to Admiral Caudle and, of course, Acting Secretary Cal, two great Americans. Thank you for your leadership and for everything you've done to prepare us for this incredible celebration today. And I also, of course, got to give thank you, but also special greetings from the President of the United States for reviving this incredibly proud naval tradition as we celebrate 250 years of American daring and 250 years of American naval excellence. Today, we celebrate 250 years of America facing the future without fear. We celebrate 250 years of proving what a free people can achieve by the providence of our almighty Creator. I want to welcome the incredible sailors who are with us today, all the Marines, the Coasties, and countless others from all of our forces who serve our nation and do so proudly. And I especially want to thank and welcome our wounded warriors and Gold Star families, many of New York's finest police officers and bravest firefighters, and of course we have a number of local leaders from across this tri-state area. I'm honored to welcome the dozens of Navy chiefs and other guests from other countries around the world who represent the vessels joining us in today's review. And to the Americans who are watching back home, we have over 50 countries from all over the world who chose to send fighters or naval vessels here to honor our country. And we say from the bottom of our hearts, we are grateful for our friends, grateful for our allies on this special anniversary. It is a very American thing to ring in 250 years of American history by parading our naval and Air Force might for the world to see. But I can't help but consider that 250 years ago, the waters of New York Harbor looked very, very different. While the Continental Congress met in Philadelphia to ratify the Declaration of Independence, General Washington was right here in Manhattan, peering out on this beautiful land and beautiful sea. His attention was fixed on the horizon, watching for sails of the most powerful navy on earth. 1 week before, the British had begun landing troops on Staten Island, and they had landed 32,000 in just over 6 weeks. One colonist still in the city recounted it seemed as if all of London was afloat and heading to the new nation. War was coming, and everyone knew it. By July of 1776, 80% of New York's population had emptied out in anticipation of the coming violence. And that brings us back to our great General Washington. He knew the battles to come would be bruising and would demand much of his men. But they needed to know, through hot summers and cold winters, exactly what they were being asked to fight for. And so, just a few days after the Declaration of Independence was signed, George Washington read aloud the words of the incredible Declaration. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, and that among these rights are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Even today, 250 years to the day later, these words command a tremendous power over us as Americans. For 250 years, they have stirred our hearts and they've reminded us of who we are as a people. But to Washington's soldiers, to the people to whom they were first read, think about this, they were entirely new. What has become standard American parlance, they had never heard those words before. And I think it's something striking to reflect on, that in 2026, the Declaration was written with the assumption that its audience would immediately grasp its words. Though they had never heard it, they would know exactly what it meant. It wasn't written for historians. It wasn't written for academics. It wasn't written for the generations to come. It was written for the people of this fledgling country. It was written for the soldiers who would fight to turn those words into a new system of government. As a document, it does not handhold its readers. Its citizenship at a very hard level. It does not pause to explain who this Creator is. It doesn't explain what the equality of men means. It doesn't try to go into details about the consent of the governed. It simply declares these truths to be self-evident. 250 years later, it's worth asking, self-evident to whom? The Declaration proclaims truths the founders believed to all mankind, yes, but it says those truths in language intended to be familiar specifically to the American nation that it was authored to, authored by, and authored for. It was, as Jefferson put it later in his own life, an expression of the American mind. A document whose purpose wasn't, quote, to find out new principles or new arguments, but to place before mankind the common sense of the subject, the common sense of the American people. That people had been generations in the making. 1776 was not an accident. The patriots of that era understood themselves to be heirs to an older civilization who would carry it forward. Now, they shared with Great Britain the same language, the same God, the same system of common law. They even read many of the same books and observed many of the same customs. They shared the same understanding of justice and public life. George Washington's boyhood offers a small but revealing example. When he was 13 years old, he copied down more than 100 entries from a tiny little book called The Rules of Civility and Decent Behavior. It was not an American work, but it was first published in London more than a century before George Washington was born. Yet the America that formed Washington demanded qualities that no book, no manual could teach. Before General Washington commanded an army, he spent his 20s surveying America's wild interior, saving up money, learning self-reliance on a continent that rewarded initiative more than pedigree. It didn't care if you were a nobleman, it cared what you could do. Now, our society at the time reinforced the habits Washington learned in the wilderness. Frontier life rewarded resourcefulness, while America's colonial assemblies taught citizens to govern their own affairs. It taught citizens to be self-governing human beings. Churches at the time, especially those who were touched by the Great Awakening, reminded congregants that no earthly hierarchy outweighed the equal dignity of every human soul before its creator. All of that came together. And so it was no surprise that when Washington's soldiers first heard the Declaration 250 years ago, they understood precisely what it meant. They understood the meaning that was conveyed. It was seismic, but it was their birthright as citizens of this new republic. The words might have been new, but they expressed a feeling, something that already lived in the heart of every single American patriot, and I believe those words still live in the heart of every single American patriot today. And for 7 long years, they fought for that birthright. It wasn't easy. On some days, it was hotter even than it was today, as hard as that is to believe. Many suffered and died for that dream and died for those principles. But by the grace of Almighty God, they secured for us a free, a proud, and an independent republic that endures, and doesn't just endure, but thrives to this very day. As Washington traded in the uniform for the presidency, he remained preoccupied with the physical land that had shaped him. He imagined wagons crossing mountains, paths out of the Alleghenies and the Appalachians, and canals connecting the Potomac and the Ohio River to its western valleys. Our first president would not live long enough to see that vision of a continent connected. He would not live to see it to completion. But the rivers he surveyed in his youth carried on westward without him. They carried settlers and new riches and cities waiting to be built. And eventually, they carried a 13-year-old boy by the name of James Buchanan Eads. In the fall of 1833, Eads and his family, like many Americans, moved west to the nation's growing frontier, the land of opportunity. And as their steamboat approached St. Louis, its boiler exploded, throwing him into the turbulent waters of the Mississippi. The family lost everything, every earthly possession, and the river nearly killed young Eads. From that moment on, he vowed not to be a slave to that mighty river, but to make it his own. He received no formal education, but to support his family, he sold apples on the St. Louis riverfront, captivated by the bustle and frontier of boomtown St. Louis. At 16, he took a job on the water, and not long after, he conceived of an idea that most engineers at the time, they thought it was crazy. They thought it was insane. You know, sunken ships and other treasures lay scattered along the bottom of the Mississippi. No business in the world existed to salvage them, to take that buried treasure on the bottom of the mighty Mississippi and bring it to work for people. Unlike the more peaceful streams out east, the river's strong currents and turbid waters, most insisted that ordinary diving in the mighty Mississippi was impossible. You could not do what Eads proposed that we do. But he disagreed. And so he did what every American does when they're told they can't do something. He went out and did it anyway, and he did it himself. He bought a 40-gallon whiskey barrel, fixed it to a diving bell, and climbed in, and down he went all by himself. The riverbed was pitch black, the current pulling his feet every which way. Sand swirled around him like a dense snowstorm, he later recalled. But he located his target, a large hunk of lead, tied on the cable, and came back to the surface. Eads went on to become one of the nation's greatest civil engineers, He built the very first bridge spanning the Mississippi River south of its confluence with the Missouri. An impressive feat for a man who'd never built a bridge before. The people who told him, you can't build the most difficult bridge because you've never built a bridge before, he said, yes, I can, because I'm an American and I'm going to do it myself. It was the first on the planet, that bridge, to be made of steel. And residents of St. Louis still use that bridge to this very day, nearly 200 years later. That is American ingenuity and American greatness. At the river's mouth in Louisiana, Eads raised jetties that helped calm its violent flooding to prevent the buildup of silt. And by doing so, he transformed New Orleans from the 9th largest port in the United States to the 2nd most powerful port in the world, rivaling only the city that stands behind us. But Eads had already faced a still greater test, because as the Civil War broke out, the government summoned him to Washington for his help building the ironclads which the United States Navy would seize the Mississippi with. It was no matter that Eads had never built a gunboat in his life. He had never built a gunboat ever. Instead, he completed 700 of them in 100 days. It's unbelievable. The river ships that Eads built were so strong that the Navy deployed them into the ocean to secure the Gulf. They served their purpose. They defended the Mississippi, and in doing so, they helped preserve our Union. And so it kept growing. And of course, the American frontier made way to farms and factories stretching further and further west. River towns became great cities. Railroads reached the Pacific. Steel mills rose where once wilderness had stood. The American mind widened, and the Republican whose independence Washington won, that James Eads had helped sew together, grew into the most powerful industrial powerhouse in the history of humanity. For other nations, growing industry brought dispossession before it did prosperity. In the old world, the one our ancestors had left behind, the Industrial Revolution threw society into chaos. And into that chaos rushed vacuums and ideologies that answered the dignity of man with labor camps and killing fields. Where the old world led to communism and fascism, the Americans recognized that at root, they were a denial of everything that Washington and Jefferson had read to his men 250 years ago. The free world needed to win. But in order for the free world to beat communism and fascism, it had to outproduce them. And as in every conflict before, America looked to her sailors for help, and to the builders who made sure those sailors had the very best ships to sail on. Among them was a man that we know as Henry Kaiser. Like Eads, Kaiser had grown up with very little. The son of German immigrants, he dropped out of school at 13 to work the stockroom at a dry goods store in Utica, making $1.50 a week and commuting 4 miles each way on foot. Eventually, he moved to Spokane for better job opportunities, setting his sights on starting his own company. Now, he walked into a bank with no business, no workforce, and no history, just a single proposed contract and what the banker would later describe as sheer audacity. He walked out with a $25,000 loan. And with his workers, he erected the Hoover Dam and hundreds of miles of highway across the West. Everywhere he went, he organized ordinary Americans to build extraordinary things. And everywhere he went, he believed their welfare and the welfare of the enterprise that he was building went hand in hand. Kaiser pioneered health coverage at his construction sites. That's why we know the name of Kaiser, because he understood that men working in dangerous conditions, they deserve to see a doctor. He saw his workers as partners, and he walked the walk long before it was fashionable to do so. Where some say that America's story is one of the dispossessed struggling against the powerful, Kaiser shows that America's greatness is built by cooperation between all of our citizens from every single walk of American life. Now, that cooperation was important, but it became profoundly important the day after Pearl Harbor. The United States Navy at the time needed ships bigger and better and faster than anyone thought they could be built. We didn't have the biggest Navy in the world, but we needed one, and we needed one fast. So Kaiser did what Americans always do when confronted with the impossible. He put it on his shoulders and said, let's go do it. Kaiser had never made a ship in his life, but that wasn't going to stop him. First, he built shipyards all up and down the Pacific coast. Then he filled them with American workers, 250,000 of them. Farm boys from Iowa, miners from Appalachia, mothers from Detroit who had never held a welding torch. Together they launched nearly 15,000 Liberty ships, vessels that carried American cargo and sailors across 2 oceans. His Richmond Yard built one of them, the SS Robert E. Peary, in an astonishing 4 days and 15 hours. The shipbuilders Kaiser hired, they weren't just a means to an end, they were his partners. Kaiser looked at his workers and saw people, Americans who got sick, who had families to raise, who showed up in Richmond and Portland with little more than a hat in their hand, but who had amazing potential. He saw the potential of normal Americans when unshackled from destitution. And he saw them not just as mouths to feed or as workers to pay, he saw them as fellow citizens who could build amazing things. So he built housing near these shipyards and nursery schools to help mothers join the war effort. He extended the health plan he had started at his dams to every worker in every yard, opening it to the public after the U.S. won World War II. And though separated by generations, I tell the story of these 3 men because Kaiser and Eads and Washington, they were exactly the kind of men that Jefferson wrote the Declaration of Independence for. Kaiser was an American. He looked at what needed doing and he did it, and he trusted the men and women around them to do the same, knowing that he could only do his job if they did theirs too. Our Declaration of Independence may have spoken to universal human truths and broadly shared human desires. Of course it does. But it was a document written by and for a particular kind of people, the American people. From General Washington to James Buchanan Eads, from Henry Kaiser, one of America's great shipbuilders, to the sailors standing here today. And by the way, what you folks watching at home on TV may not realize is that everything that you saw, everything that you see today was destroyed last night in a storm, but these great sailors rebuilt it in 12 hours so that you all could be here, so that we could have this amazing procession, and so we could celebrate our 250th birthday in style. All of us, connected through the generations, rich and poor of every job, we are a people formed by generations of self-governance and personal industry. We are formed by Frontier Assembly Hall and congregation, by River Valley and prairie and factory floor. We are formed by the conviction that we are bound to one another, not only by bloodline nor creed alone, but by a common character, a shared fate, a shared future. Ladies and gentlemen, I have to address what we will hear from some loud voices today, because as much as all of us, whether we're Democrat or Republican, whatever our political persuasion, all of us are celebrating. But you will hear a couple small but loud voices today speak obsessively not of our national greatness, but of our national imperfections. They will speak of the powerless and the dispossessed. They will tell you that America is just another country where the weak struggle against the strong. And if they acknowledge that there is anything to be proud of in our history, they'll say it's the fact that sometimes the powerless have won a zero-sum battle. They're wrong. They'll talk about America's sins with the anger and zeal of a brimstone preacher, but without any of the grace or forgiveness that must be present in the Christian faith. These people misunderstand the essence of America, from Thomas Jefferson to Henry Kaiser. They misunderstand that we all have moments of great power despite those very real imperfections. That there are victims and heroes who live inside of each of us, from the most ambitious leaders and builders to steel welders like my grandfather. People who had their own role to play in turning this dangerous wilderness into the proudest civilization in history. So what I'd ask you to do, my fellow Americans, on our 250th birthday, is to reject the two-dimensional view of your fellow citizens and reject the two-dimensional view of your country. Reject that America is a place for zero-sum thinking, because it is not. Our history is one of people carving a great civilization out of the wilderness. Reject the view of your nation that sees only its sins, but not its grace and its greatness. Everything that we have done as a country, we have done together. Not as citizens divided against each other, but as a common people working towards a common future. When we won our independence, we were led by General Washington to liberty and greatness, but marching ahead of him were thousands of boys from all over the new nation who gave Washington's military genius its foundation and its firepower. When we saved the world in World War II from tyranny in the 20th century, of course we needed great military leadership and tactical genius from our generals, but we also needed Rosie the Riveter, Iowa farm girls who built the machinery of war, and the sweethearts they sent to a world away to storm the beaches at Normandy. When we went to the moon, of course our great astronauts flew the rockets and our great men of science and engineering built them. But there were clerks and janitors and welders like my grandfather who each played their distinctive American part. All of us have a part. All of us had our part, our role to play in creating 250 years of a proud American story. And all of us will need to do our part to create the next 250 years of American greatness. So I say to all my fellow Americans, I'm proud of you. Happy birthday. And happy birthday to our great nation. Today, my friends, we celebrate. And tomorrow we get back to work. God bless you. Thank you for having me.
All right, what do you guys say? What do you say we open up the phone line for some enlightenment from you, patriots? And, I don't know who is who, but I want to allow you to call in and give you a few minutes to go ahead and tell me who do you support and why. That's simple. I'm not going to question you. I'm just going to let you go ahead and have a couple of minutes so you can tell me who you support and why. All right? Just trying to be nice. And, let's play nice. Let's play nice. Let's see what happens. I know that there's a lot of libtards that come in here insulting us and all these other stuff, but I want to give people a chance. I want to give you a voice so that you can say something. And it's up to you, how you want to use that time, whether you want to look like a jackass or maybe you do want to have a conversation with us. But before I play that, why don't we hear, I don't know if it's positive or negative. It could be a bad thing, but let me play this little clip from Native Americans share what the U.S. 250th anniversary is. Let me take a listen to this.
While Happy Birthday America 250th, there's also the recognition that there is a time when the United States was the conqueror.
Even now, we don't have a whole lot of rights that, westernized society has. We don't have running water. In a lot of different places in the reservations.
Myself, I'm a veteran. I served in the Marine Corps for 5 years. Majority of the people who do come to powwows are veterans, and they do still have that patriotic duty.
Probably one of the most patriotic races in the country. We have the highest per capita of enlisted service personnel, and whenever it's wartime, our young people will go enlist.
It's been difficult. There has been, as you know, a lot of dislocation of Native people off of our land.
When I think about 250 years of the United States, I think about just that little blip of history, and it makes me feel so much more, I guess, proud in a way that I understand history of this land.
We all get together to celebrate who we are still as a people after all these years, and to give thanks to our Creator, which in our Navajo would be our sun, the wind, the earth, to give thanks for the ability to sing, to dance, to be able to live life as a human being.
Well, happy birthday, America.
Fair enough. Yeah, some of the Navajo people don't believe on my God, but that's all right. They don't have to. But the point is that they are allowed today. They have been given the gift to continue their dances, to continue their culture. Even when you think about this, people don't appreciate the civilization that we have become today. And when you listen to them, like especially that one lady that says that there's a lot of places they don't even have running water. Think about that. Why? Why haven't they come up with some sort of system, right? To bring water into their communities. I don't know exactly what she's talking about. I will have to go and find out myself personally. But, we spend all this time trying to go to Africa and find ways to find water for Africans. We have enough work to do here in America, in our country. I think that our Native Americans, listen, regardless, I know there's a lot of resentment, there's a lot of hate here and there, but, neither natives, neither settlers, doesn't matter. Today, we're all one people, and neither side is right or wrong. Things are just what they are. But with that being said, if you want to say something about the Native Americans, well, come on, you can go ahead and say it. Give me a call. And I'll wait for your call, and then I'll give you a chance to go ahead and say whatever you want. No BS. Just give me a call and just tell me what you think. No pressure. No pressure at all. All right? That's right. All land is conquered. If you guys watch my latest short, you will know how I feel about that. Natives were conquering land in their time. That's just the way it is. All right, the strongest conquer, and the best thing about the people that won is that they actually give people freedoms, rights. You know what I'm saying? So go ahead, give me a call. Don't waste this time. There's a lot of people that were saying you want to debate, you want to make a comment, blah, blah, blah. Well, here's your chance. This is what I always talk about. People, they call in and they just waste their call and, whatever. I want to hear it from you. I want to give me some knowledge. Give me some wisdom. Teach me the error of my ways. But also allow me to speak. If I tell you to let me speak, let me speak. If you don't want to let me speak, then don't call. Replace earpiece so that I don't lose my audio. Amen. Christ is Lord. Come on, folks. I'm giving you the time. This is the time to shine. This is your moment. This is your moment of freedom when you can express yourself. Whether you want to use it in a nice way, I don't care. Show your true colors, all right? I'll go ahead and play one of my clip songs, and we'll see if anybody calls in. If you get on my nerves because you're being retarded, if you just call in to insult me, then don't fucking call. Don't waste my time, okay? Don't waste my time. All right, Robert's got something to say. Thanks for calling, brother. What you want to say?
You know, I do agree with you on being nice to Biden because he really wasn't our president. It was Obama in the basement in the auto pen that were president.
Yeah, well, he was abused, and I don't appreciate that from the people that did that.
Yeah, he was abused while he was in office. Oh, hell yeah, he was. But one of the other things that you gave the definition of working.
Job?
You know the left is allergic to work, right?
Oh, yeah, I read your comment.
That's why they're always crying they're broke, because they don't work.
Well, I had to put it down there because apparently they don't know what a job is. They think this is not a real job. You know, so
Yeah,
I had to put the description
and the
on there.
sad part is they're always broke too because they buy what they want, not what they need. That's like me. I filled up my gas tank and I bought my groceries. But
Yeah.
I bought shit I needed, not I wanted. I needed,
Yeah.
and I didn't go out and buy. Oh, I have to have name brand.
Well, the guy actually gave a perfect example. He said, I went and bought 2 boiled eggs. I was like, why wouldn't you go buy a dozen eggs? You can boil them, and now you got 10 extra eggs for $2 and save some money.
Dude, he's a leftist. He's allergic to work.
Yeah. You know, I'm going to tell you, and I'm glad that you actually mentioned that up, because a lot of people say, you know, I go to the store, everything is so expensive, and they look at cut up watermelons, and they say it's too expensive. And I'm like, what do you think it's going to cost you when somebody else does the labor for you? They can charge you whatever they want for that labor.
Yeah, well, they're complaining groceries are so damn expensive, but they don't realize there's a worldwide drought. If groceries are expensive, go to name brand. My grandmother worked in a canning factory, for God's sake. She said they'd run a run of Hunts, then they'd do a run of Del Monte, then they'd do a run of store brand. And she said the only damn thing that changed was the label.
Well, Stripe is right. Biden was corrupt before he became president. Way before his whole career, he's been corrupt. So, but I still, you know, I think that the people abused, you know, a man who wasn't who he was all his life, you know. But yeah, that's common sense. I wanna hear. Some of these guys wanted to have some debates, and well, here's the chance. I don't know where they went.
Yeah, and I don't hear your phone beeping.
No, nobody's calling.
Yeah, that's because they're a bunch of pussies and, oh, well, I want to debate, but when you put the phone up, they all chicken shit out like normal. Because all they are is a keyboard warrior, and they wouldn't say half the shit to your face they say online. Because they're too chicken shit. Now, if I'm mad at a Mexican, and I know he's illegal, yeah, I'll call him a wetback to his face. I ain't scared.
Well, not everybody's a wetback, because some of them fly and they overstay and then they become illegal.
Hey, you know why Mexico has no athletes, right?
Yeah, they're all across the border.
Because anybody that can run, jump, or swim is already here.
Don't get too racist over here. All right, brother. Thanks for calling,
I'm
man.
gonna let you go see if any of these chicken shits will call in.
Yeah, we'll see what they have to say. I just want to hear what they want to say.
And all you lib turds, I just called you all chicken shit.
Oh,
what
there you go.
Gonna do? What are you gonna do? Change your tampon for your manginas and break out the tissues now? Because I called you all lib turds. But let me let you go.
All right, bud. Thanks for calling.
Yeah, bye.
There you go. The phone line works. Give me a call. There's the phone number right there, guys. If you guys ever hear people coming into my show saying that I never allow them to call, well, now you know that is bullshit. There is the number. Give me a call and just tell me what you want me to know. What do you want to teach me? know what I'm saying? Don't be shy. Like what, Lou? Give me a call and tell me what I said that is racist. It's not racist if it's true. No man cannot get pregnant. The number is right here. Well, that's the number right there. Just call it. Come on. I don't understand. I don't understand why you can't see the phone number is right above me, right there. Claps. Shut the hell up, bro. You don't know shit. If you're a wetback, you're a wetback. If you're an illegal immigrant in this country, you're an illegal immigrant. What the hell is the problem? That's right. Men don't have uterus. Correct. Thank you, Glenn. Don't worry. 2 years. 2 years we'll be running for governor here. And I can't wait. I can't wait for these guys to judge me while I'm running for governor. Check this out. They are going to judge me for the way that I talk on my show. I am going to tear them apart with facts of what they do. I just can't wait. Can't wait. Well, prove them wrong. Prove them wrong. You're probably a wetback yourself. I got you. Those things don't offend me. I am a migrant. I am Hispanic. People call me wetback, spick, beaner. It doesn't matter to me. I don't give a shit. So what's the difference? What are you, pussy? You got soft feelings or what? Hey, I tell you, the only thing that pisses me off is when people are actually talking shit about the country that I love. And people talk about me, I don't care. When people talk about the people that I love or the country that I love, that's when I get all pissed and I go just insane. Come on, guys. I'm giving you a line to call. Come on. Don't tell me I'm paying $50 for this phone line for nothing. Might as well just cancel this and nobody wants to call on the left side. You see, guys? You see? It's not me, man. I try to tell you guys. Hi, Arlene. How are you? Thanks for subscribing. I know, I put a rule in there that you got to be a subscriber for at least a week. You know why I do that? Well, first of all, it forces people to subscribe if they are serious about, being here on the chat. Unfortunately, the only people that call from, from the left side are just trolls. The people that come in here and chat, they're just trolls. They don't have any facts. They don't have anything of substance that I can actually listen to. I wish, just pretend that we just met, on the street, and that you heard my show, right? So pretend that you heard my show. And you're like, hey, man, I heard that you are against illegal immigrants. Now, if you support illegal immigrants, well, then talk to me about it. Why? And don't get mad when I give you my answer, because I do have a point of view. If you subscribe for at least a week and you come in and listen to my lives, you're gonna hear me always defending the United States of America. That is the country where I live, Morel. And that's the country that I love. So it is what it is. If you are in this country and you don't feel the way that I feel, tell me about it. I want to hear it. But then if you really don't love this country and you don't like anything about it, of course, my comment to you is always going to be, you should leave. You shouldn't be here at all. And I think that's probably why people are afraid of calling in. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's no, I'm not going to try to just, cook you. That's what I don't like to do. That's why I don't like to have debates. I want to have conversations. That is a big difference. You know what I mean? Let's see. What else do we have in here from Washington State? There's Rob Shea. We need you. I know, Glenn, we're going to do our best, brother. We're going to do our best. I'm going to tell you, these libtards don't know what's coming to them. I'm going to tell you. They don't know what's coming. And you know what? And if we lose the election, it's going to be for two reasons. One of them, well, the rich people did a bigger effort advertising than I would without spending millions of dollars, because I'm just going to use social media to do my advertising. But I will get a chance to do some debating. And that's when I'm going to come in and, just whatever happens, happens. You know what I'm saying? Now, if you've been watching me for a while and you're going to run for governor in Washington State, well, you can go ahead and start getting warmed up on who I am. And if you can do better than me at running the state, hey, you deserve to win. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to fight you on that. But you got to beat me. You got to beat me in a fair election. We want the Save America Act to pass. We want to make sure that, listen, I'm going to tell you something. Let me tell you why I believe that I can run for governor. I'm an American citizen. I meet every requirement to run for governor. You can run for governor if you're an American citizen. No, I don't care if you're a janitor. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you're a janitor. You can be a CEO from a company, a big company. It doesn't matter. I've done so many jobs. You know what I've learned about my life experience? I have done jobs from janitorial all the way to managing. You know what I've learned? I'm still me. I am still me. The same mentality, same idea, same mind, same person. That's something that corrupted politicians or career politicians are not going to be able to tell you unless they watch the Dennis Herrera show. And they might just learn something. All right, guys. Well, here you go. There's the phone number in there. Nobody wants to call. David Blackburn. Yeah, I know. You're probably blocked because you're an asshole. But, that's how it is. The Zinc Roofer is a conspiracy theory guy, and he's always afraid that his privacy is going to be somehow destroyed. Oh, man. No, don't comment. Don't comment on my chat. You don't get to comment on my chat. There's a phone number to call. Call in. Call in. Anybody that puts a comment on, they're talking shit about me here, okay, get rid of them. I want to hear people. Give me your voice, okay? I want you to teach me something. Let's see who we got from, I don't know what this is. We'll see. Hey, thanks for calling. Who's calling?
Hi there, Dennis. My name's Ben. How are you?
Hey, Ben. I hope that you understand that I troll people on my channel and that you try to behave when you call me.
You control me.
All right, brother. I love that. I love that. What you got for me? What do you want to say?
I wanted your opinion on the political campaign contributions from donors to Trump's 2024 presidential bid. I wanted your opinion on the political contributions that from individuals that directly resulted in position. My theory is they directly got positions in his administration. For instance, Scott Bessent donated, I think, like 400,000 or something, and became Treasury.
Yeah.
But it's all the way up and down the line across his administration. The whole thing is like Lutnick, I believe, donated almost 9 million. And it's almost every single person.
Yeah.
How do you feel about that?
That's a legit question. You should be able to question that kind of stuff. You know what? One of the things that I looked on is I try to run, right. I'm trying to look at the rules and things like that. And you know, for when you're doing campaigning, there's rules that you have to follow. If those rules were broken, he wouldn't be able to hire them. And one thing that I will say is this: it doesn't matter who donates, because let's be honest, right? If I get donations from small businesses, right, and I campaign that I'm going to help small businesses, is that a bad practice? I gotta think about these things, right? So if I take donations, because everybody should be able to donate as long as they're here local, not foreign donations. If they did that, then somebody should investigate, right? But if I have businesses, like let's say for example Microsoft, right, gives me money for the campaign. Not that it's going to happen, of course. But let's say Microsoft gave me money, and Boeing, and the unions, right? Everybody gives me money. And then I go and say, hey, listen, this is what I'm running my campaign on. Are you with me or not? If they're with me and they donate money, as long as legit, as long as the money is being reported, right? As long as all the steps are being followed per the campaigning rules, I don't see a problem with it. I don't think there's anything wrong with people that you have in your friends circle. And let's be honest, right now here in Washington State, one of the things that I noticed the most is that the Democrats, they just happen to be Democrats, just call them politicians. The politicians who were running for office, they had the big donors from the unions, and who do they fight for? The unions. That's just how it is, So unless they were breaking a rule, where how the donations happened, or if there's a rule that says that he cannot hire them, I think it's okay. I mean, it might not look good to people, but I think it's okay. Because think about this: here, I'll give you this example. This is foreign, but I'll give you this example. President Nayib Bukele from El Salvador, his family, it's in the government. Now, none of the family members take a pay, but they're big donors. They win the popularity on the people. They don't take a salary, but they are family. And so you can say that might be a little conflict of interest. But here in the States, all I can tell you is that if everything was done legitimately, per the campaigning rules, I don't see a problem with it. I mean, and he can fire them anytime too, It's not like you gave me $7 million. I will fire your ass if you mess up. But they're doing everything that Trump says. So that's what we want.
Right. I suppose that the reason there's so much apprehension from the left right now on these contributions resulting in cabinet positions, I think the reason there's so much dissonance on the left is because the Republicans have so much power, between the House and the Senate. So getting the prosecution would be extremely difficult for them if it wasn't legit, and even if it was. But I appreciate you taking the time to share your opinion on the topic.
That was a serious question, man. I appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dennis. I love your show, man.
All right,
Have a good one. All right?
Take care, brother.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
That's a legitimate question. It really is a legitimate question. I will. The only thing that I will question on this is, okay, if you donated money, right, for the president to do whatever, and you get hired to do a job, and you're doing it, I don't see anything wrong with it. But, you know, if Scott Bessent or anybody else, right, of the admin from the Trump administration donated money to Trump and they're not doing their job and Trump just keeps them there because they donated money, I will probably talk some shit about that, you know. But the way that it works, at least this is why I support it, it's President Trump had an agenda. I agree with that agenda. And so I support him 100%, so I give him my vote. I expect him to have the right administration to do what he wants to do because we have appointed him as our president. We want to support his agenda. So who do I want on his side? Everybody that is going to do exactly what Trump tells them to do. It's very simple. I don't expect the administration of Trump to go against him. That would be stupid. I didn't trust the administration. I trust Trump. We put Trump in office. If I didn't trust Trump, then why would I vote for him? Right? So I hope that makes sense. So I vote for Trump. This is the agenda. I vote for Trump. I expect the Attorney General, I expect everybody to run that agenda. I don't expect somebody to go, no, that's no, I don't like that. No. Just fucking do it. There's an agenda that we have to do. We have to accomplish it. It's a mission. We got to get it done. So I expect everybody in the administration to do everything Trump says to do. It's called trust. We voted for him. He's got my trust. If I don't trust him, then I don't vote for him. You know, all this thing, you know, from the rhinos. You know, somebody told me, oh, that's tribalism. No. There is a party called Republicans. What do Republicans support? Well, the Republican president is running for this agenda. I expect all Republicans, Congress, and Senate. You can tell me that I'm wrong. That's okay. I expect all of them to vote for what President Trump wants to do. Do you know why he's not a dictator? Huh? Do you know why he's not a tyrant? Because we put him in office. He's not suppressing our voices. You know who's a tyrant? The governor of Washington State. He literally silences the voice of the people. He literally violates the Washington State Constitution. It takes away the rights of the Washingtonians. He has been turning their back on Washingtonian residents and citizens to protect illegal immigrants. He doesn't want to release the voter rolls because he knows that there was a lot of fraud committed at the DMV registering people who are not citizens, only ID holders without proof of citizenship, and registering them as voters. Come on. Don't cheapen our country. Don't cheapen the right to vote. It's a very, very privileged position to have. It's a gift. You got to take care of it. It's a very precious, priceless right to vote. Don't give it to illegals. Don't give it to our enemies. Only American citizens should be using that. And I would think that any mayor, governor, or president will be more than happy to say, hey, we got to do what we got to do to protect elections. Do we need the Save America Act? Absolutely. Of course we do. What is the problem? What is the excuse? A woman that got married and changed her name, she can't get a birth certificate and a marriage certificate together? You're going to tell me you can't go to court and say, can I get a marriage certificate? It costs you $15. The least that you can do for your country. You're not going out there to die for your country, and you're paying $15 for a marriage license. You're paying $25 for a new license that says that you can vote. $10 for a birth certificate. For Pete's sakes, you're going to tell me that to be able to exercise your right to vote, you don't think it's worth putting $50 down? Shit, you go spend $50 and three meals at McDonald's. Don't make excuses, man, to fail this country. Don't make excuses. If you love this country, you will come up with $50 to get a birth certificate if you don't have it, a marriage license, and an ID. It's very simple. Very, very simple. And so for those people who said, oh, well, wait a minute, Republicans, the Congress should question everything Trump does. But no, just do it. We didn't vote for Trump. We didn't vote for any of them so that they don't do what what the president says that he was going to do. I don't know. Maybe I'm just lost that way. Maybe I'm just crazy like that. But that is the reason why we vote for the same party. Same party Congress, same party Senate, same party executive branch. We want to make sure that the agenda that we voted for gets done. And we're not going to get it done if we allow people to fight against it. You know what I mean? So I want to see if you can tell me something about it. Let's see what you got. Hey, thanks for calling. Who's calling?
Hey, it's Joe.
Hey, Joe. How are you, bud?
Okay. I just find it quite ridiculous that we have so many people in this country that are willing to argue against having an ID when you vote,
Yeah.
but yet they have no problem having an ID when they go to the airport, when they go here, when they go there, in order to drive a car.
Yeah.
But yet, to do the most arguably sacred thing in this country,
Yeah.
the vote on how its leadership is going to go, we don't want to make sure that somebody is who they proclaim to be.
Yeah. It just it just destroys my brain to try to make sense of why I should listen to you, Joe, and tell me I'm an American citizen. And I'm supposed to say, oh, okay, fantastic. Here, vote here. What? I don't know you. Who are you? Show me you know what I mean? Like, prove to me that you're a citizen. You shouldn't have a problem with that. You should be a proud American and say, yeah, I got proof. Boom, boom, boom. You know what I mean? Like,
the people who have a problem with that are people who need to be able to game the system in order to be able to win an election. And we've let this go on for years in using all of these excuses. Well, I remember very clearly crossing the border routinely, and the only question you got coming back into the United States was, citizen what country? United States. Yeah, you know, they might have asked you where you'd been or whatever, but that was about it, and go on. Yeah, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
No real issue to it, but yet now we have to show either a license that is secured,
enhanced license or passport.
A passport. Yeah, you know what I mean?
Yep. I've always shown passport every time I go into Tijuana and stuff, so it makes sense to me though. But I'm a migrant, you know. It's always been common sense to me that you have to prove that you have permission to be here, to say who you are, you know. It's like, okay, if I'm here as a tourist, let's say I don't have a Spanish accent or I don't have an accent at all, right?
Right.
If I just say that I'm an American and I just vote without an ID, I mean, how do you know? You know how we used to vote? And they still do in Honduras. You had to show, number one, look at the rules in a third world country. You would think America would be even better. The rules in a third world country of Honduras. You cannot get an ID. Listen to this. You cannot get an ID or a license from Honduras unless you are born in Honduras. Isn't that crazy? It's a crazy concept, ain't it?
Not really. I mean,
it's sarcastic, But then we also have to put a thumbprint. I don't know. You remember getting your thumb blacked out from the ink? That you have to put a thumb in there when you show ID, and then you put your fingerprint on there. So that is better than the signature. Your fingerprint actually shows who you really are. And for us as migrants, we had to come in here. First, we had to get fingerprinted before we go apply for a visa. Then we get fingerprinted again when we get a green card. And then we get fingerprinted again when becoming an American citizen. The reason why is because those fingerprints continue to prove that I am that person, But I have to acquire that identification. And I just don't understand why Americans see that we just had a massive illegal invasion into this country, and they still don't seem to have any care or any sort of alert, that they should try to secure these elections more because of all the illegal immigrants that have come into this country. I don't know. It's beyond me, But Trump said that there's going to be some exceptions. There's going to be some mail-in ballots for some situations. But everybody else, they got to be able to go in person and vote and show ID. So that's a very good point, my friend.
There's a reason it's called Election Day, not election month or election 2 months or whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And there is no reason that we don't adopt in each and every state a rule that if your ballot is not received by close of polls at that polling place, your ballot doesn't count. Plain and simple.
Yeah.
Because you open the door for fraud and negligence too easily by allowing shenanigans to go on of, part of the reason that the county has taken so long is they count the original ballots, and then now they know how many more votes they need to come up with to get the result they want.
Yeah. Yeah.
The issue is not so much what people are voting as who's doing the counting.
Well, here, this is a mystery to me. We can every single state can count in one day to get the president elected, but somehow California needs a month to elect a mayor or a governor. That is ridiculous.
The problem is you have to keep finding sources of voters to vote in the numbers that you need to overtake the other guy.
Yeah.
And you have a ton of people out there that'll tell you I'm full of shit saying that.
No.
Do you think I am?
It's legit. I think it's legit.
If you weren't gaming the system, how come we don't have the count done by give or take midnight? Unless there's an anomaly in a place here or there where there might have been something that, somebody screwed something up and they got to recount it or something.
Right.
But
sure.
And that should only be occasionally here and there, as opposed to wholesale.
Yeah.
You look at most of these precincts where people vote at the most it's several thousand. Okay. How many hours could it possibly take to count those? Then those get sent to the county. The county counts, can add up the totals of each one of those precincts. You send that to your state capital, and they add all the different counties up. Most states, like Michigan, it's 82 counties or 83, whatever it is. But, I would imagine a lot of other states are similar. Some might have, 100 and something or whatever, but It's not that hard of a process to do that unless you're trying to game the system. And there's a whole lot more fraud going on than people want to admit to. And we have to change our elections and get them back to being secure again.
Yeah. Amen to that, brother. Appreciate you, Joe. Thank you for your input. Yep. Thanks for calling.
Yep. You have a great day.
You too, sir. Be blessed.
Okay. Goodbye. God bless.
Man, thank you, Joe and Robert, for calling in with some inputs. I wish we had some more of these people. Jose Gonzalez, give me a call. We're working right now. This is how we make money. Give me the call. Here's a phone number right up there. 425-583-1155. Come on down. You are the next contestant. And listen, man, and if you don't speak English, I understand. Don't worry about it, okay? You don't have to call in if you don't speak English. I'm telling you, man, I'm ready. I'm ready to finish the show. I'm ready to go work out. I got my bench ready. I got some, to get some dumbbells and get my exercise on, working the chest, the back, and I'm giving you guys a chance. I sometimes I want to play my video game, but I can't, man. Once I start working on my video here and setting this up and that, just so much time goes by. It's crazy. I don't have enough time in the day sometimes. I am a rascal. Aztec, give me a call. I think you're not. I don't know if you're blocked, but give me a call if you can. Guys, I give you guys. I know people don't see it as a privilege, but I give you a privilege to call me, and when you call in and you waste it by cussing me out, it's like, yeah, you got the freedom of speech. Yeah, you do, but I also have the freedom to block your ass. And, it happens, right? When people cross those boundaries, they don't understand. Yes, you are able to do A, X, Y, and Z, but there's, depending on the result that you're looking for, well, that's exactly how you're going to act. If I come into your house, right? Now, let's picture this. So, Movi, I'm cussing people out in my show, right? But I go to your house. I'm not going to go to your house and start cussing at you. Absolutely not. I'll be very respectful. I'll be like, oh, you're going to think I'm shy. Because I'm going to be like, hey, is it okay if, can I? And I will ask for permission on everything. I'm not going to go insult you at your house. That's the stupidest thing that I can do. Even though I have a freedom of speech, right? If I go into your place of work, I'm not going to go over there be an asshole and, start ruining your day. That's not how it works, man. So if you have called in and you have ruined that chance, well, you don't get to call again. But for anybody else that wants to call in, you guys are free to give it a shot before it's too late. We got a small activity today. We got 83,000 views, probably maybe a little bit more, but by the time it updates, it's going to be a little different. We are currently sitting at 21,271 subscribers. I think tomorrow we're gonna go past that, unless everybody that's everybody that's subscribing just to put a hateful comment on there, unsubscribe, then the numbers are gonna go down for sure. But other than that, man, you guys, I appreciate you guys' support. And, being part of this show. I know there's some real Democrats out there. You guys need to be on our side. And hopefully, something changes for the future. I always believe on putting America first. So, I have spoken with many Latinos, specifically on this 4th of July, I've asked the question, if you're illegal and you get deported, don't blame the government or President Trump for enforcing the law of the country. And you know what? It's no surprise. Every single one of the people that I talked to, they responded with the same way. They responded in the same way. And they say that they knew that, that's how it works. And some people don't accept that. If you are here in this country illegally, man, I'm going to say this every day. Self-deport. Come back the right way. That is the only way to do it. And if you are an anchor baby, if you're a Chicano, if your parents are illegal, and you have been granted the privilege of being an American citizen, I'm going to tell you right now, you need to support legal immigration. Just because you have family and friends that are illegal does not mean that you also need to break the law. As a matter of fact, if you continue to have that mentality, well, you yourself are going to end up being a criminal. You're not going to respect the law in any level. If you want to have your children listen to you, you, my friends, need to start making that change to respect the law. Don't trade your family for $1. Don't do that. It's better to be poor and live together as a family with love than to be rich and have no family. You understand? I hope you do. Anyways, that's what I got for you today. We'll go ahead and continue this again tomorrow. I want to say thank you for being here with Dennis Herrera Show. My name is Dennis, and I'll see you on the next one. God bless you. God bless your family. And, well, God bless the USA. Let's go. Happy 250th.